Merry Christmas everyone! I hope you have a fab time and get loads of sewing done.
Hi everyone! I'm sending you best wishes for the festive season and would like to thank you for all your wonderful support over the last 12 months. Who could believe there's another new year just around the corner? I'm looking forward to spending more sewing time with you in the new year and looking forward to seeing all your fantastic makes. I hope you have a happy and safe Christmas. Lots of love.
Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to all the Sewing Street fans. Thank you for watching over the year. Hope you have a wonderful time. And remember, keep sewing. Merry Christmas.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433 and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping! Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Good morning, everybody. How are you doing? It's nearly Christmas. Have you got all your presents wrapped? Is it all around the tree? This is my last show before Christmas. I'm super excited to be here today and share the day with you. Good morning, everybody. We've got a packed day ahead of us. Fantastic guest. Adam Brooks is here. I've been having a massive catch-up with him. We've said we must save this till we're on air. So we've lots and lots of chatting and gossip later about his time on the Sewing Bee. But we're going to start with our early bird. Now, this is fundamental, absolutely fundamental to good sewing, to everything that we make. It's all about the thread that holds those beautiful fabrics together. And here it is, the Metler Silk Finish Cotton Thread Collection. Now, in this collection, you've got 8 reels of thread. This is all Metler. It's a silk finish cotton. So it's been mercerized. It's got this beautiful, gentle sheen to it. Super strong, lint-free when you're sewing, which is brilliant for your machine, brilliant for when you're sewing. Great selection of colours, really good neutrals here, so kind of piece anything with it. Lovely sort of cream, white, black, navy, this grey, could use that for almost everything. It's always good to have a red there. Now, we love Metler thread. We love Metler thread. It's a premium brand. Very, very good quality threads these. Very high break resistance, which is super because we don't want our threads to break when we're sewing. And we certainly don't want our threads to break in our finished garments either. Now, £12.99 is the price. Fantastic price that for 8 reels of thread. but we're going to go lower. It's our early bird. So it's an early Christmas present. Think of it as an early Christmas present. This is a great deal. Look at that. £7.99. Amazing. So that is less than £1 per reel of thread. That's top notch. Really fantastic. I'd expect to be paying at least £1.70 a reel for Metler thread. So to get it for £1 a reel is amazing. Absolutely amazing. Hilary, thank you. Loving the shirt. Me too. Little cheeky purchase this. Little Christmas. Might be my Christmas Day shirt, actually. Do you have your Christmas Day outfit sorted? Is it the Christmas sweater? Producer Kat is still yet to decide whether she's going to go for pyjamas or a Christmas sweater. Who knows? I have my outfit sorted for Boxing Day too. My next show actually is going to be Boxing Day, so I hope you'll join me. I'll have leftover turkey. I'll be doing something interesting with sprouts. We'll probably have lots of Pringles, which means I shall probably be munching the whole time I'm here. But I hope you'll join me. We should have a very fun morning. I'm looking forward to that very much. And I do have my outfit sorted for that. Are you making something for Christmas Day? Have you got all of your gifts sorted? There's a question. Would you like some fabulous new threads to start your new year with? Have you used Metler before? If you haven't, it's a premium brand. Premium sewing thread. I can't emphasize enough how important that is. Whatever fabric you're using, whatever pattern you're sewing, whatever you're making, using the best quality thread that you can find has always been in my top 5 tips for sewers, whatever your level of experience. There is nothing to be gained from using cheap thread when you're sewing. Now, let's talk about Metler. And this is exactly what I've just said, isn't it? Quilts are made with our best cotton fabrics we can find. We really should be using the best cotton thread available. I can't endorse that enough. All the Metler cotton threads are 100% long staple, double mercerised cotton. That's what gives them that silky finish. Mercerisation is a process whereby kind of all the lint, all of the fluff is removed from the thread. They have exceptional colour fastness, high breaking resistance. Use the Metler Silk Finish Thread 50 weight for construction and machine quilting. Metler 60 weight for accurate machine piecing, or a hand applique thread which disappears as you stitch, so that's going to be a bit finer, or machine quilt and elegant fine line. Now these threads that we've got on our early bird are a 50 weight, so absolutely perfect for construction, for your piecing. These would be terrific. You could use these also for top stitching, of course. They're a really good all-rounder. Lots of you buying multiples. At $12.99 would be a great price. I'd still multi-buy at $12.99. But at $7.99, it's a whopping £5 off, isn't it? That's exceptional. Absolutely brilliant. Less than £1 per reel. Good morning, Beautiful Designs. Morning, Clive. How are you? Good morning, Mark. Morning, Stu. Merry Christmas to you as well. Clive's saying, I've made a patchwork cushion for a gift and also some bunting. Clive, I'm proud of you. That's fantastic. Handmade, where are the pictures? Come on, send in photos, please. You know how to get in touch with the studio. sewingstreet.com and then just studio@sewingstreet.com. That's our email. You can send in photographs there. Do get in touch. Let us know where in the sort of whole preparation thing you are. Are you ready? Are you way from there? Does it matter? You know, I remember once years ago, I was vegetarian for many years and I was doing mushroom roulade for Christmas Day dinner. Mushroom roulade. And I got up on Christmas morning getting all my ingredients, and guess what ingredient I'd forgotten to buy? It was mushrooms. It was mushrooms. But you know, fortunately, living in Birmingham at the time, there were loads of small supermarkets and shops that were open, so the day was saved. But I mean, really, if you didn't have the carrots, would it matter? What are you up to? Now, we've had an email from Lynn with photo. Good morning, Stuart and crew. Yes, my presents are all wrapped and under the tree. Wishing you all a very Merry Christmas and a happy, healthy, safe New Year. Lynn, we are sending lots of love to you. Mwah, and Merry Christmas. Your tree looks amazing, by the way. Look like a real tree. Yeah. Oh, that is beautiful. That is beautiful. Now, I must just tell you, half the stock of the early bird has gone. This is a Christmas present to yourself, isn't it? This is an anytime present for yourself, because you know what? A stash should have more than fabric in it. If you haven't got your reels of thread that are always there for people, and do you know what? I have I'm showing off now, in my studio I have full cabinets of sewing thread, every colour you could imagine. Guess which ones I run out of fastest? It's the white, the cream, the grey, the black, the navy. They're the ones. Guess which threads we can never find in the studio when we're making samples? It's these neutrals. And the reason, of course, is obvious. It's the ones we use for almost anything. I can sew almost anything with a cream, a grey, a tan. So they're the ones that always go first. Stock up. While you're getting these for less than £1 per reel, there's absolutely every reason to put 2 or 3 away. They wouldn't last me a month, even 3 boxes. I'd be through those. Now, Clive has sent in a picture. Now then, Clive, can we show the picture? I'm expecting you just to answer and for me to hear. It's a gift for somebody. Bunting. Shall we show it? Has he sent a picture in? Well, it must be to show. Let's just show it. Let's just show. If you're Clive's aunt, look away now. Lots and lots of you multi-buying the early bird, by the way. Well done you. I mean, it's just a brilliant range of threads, isn't it? You're getting 8 of them. All those really useful neutral colours. Plus, you know, red, a black, a navy, this light blue. Again, that light blue. Amazing how many colours that will blend with. The test for blending really is always undo a bit of thread, lay it on top of the fabric and then kind of step back and see whether it sort of melts into the background. You'd be amazed at how many colours these will blend with once you unreel them and have a little look. Super colour fast. Now this is super important, of course, because we don't want our fabric colours to run, but thread colours can run too, and also things like light damage to colours. I mean, always store your thread out of direct sunlight, because storing, I know they look lovely and they make a nice display, don't they, threads on a rack or something like that, but sun damage can fade. It can also make thread brittle over time, so it will break more easily. This does have very, very good breakage point. Now let's go to that picture from Clive. Oh, this is gorgeous. Look at that. I really like that. Clive did good. Yeah, beautiful. Clive was telling me actually the day we were chatting, and he was having his first go at patchwork and had just started cutting equilateral triangles, you know, which is, I mean, goodness me, I didn't start with triangle patchwork. So impressive start there. And then wasn't quite sure what to do with them, and then started playing around and started creating those hexagons. Love it. The bunting is terrific too. What a great gift. Very classy, and thanks for the pics. I've got a lovely message from Violet on Facebook. I'm on my own Christmas Day. I'm looking forward to it as I'm making myself a new tweed purse. Ooh, Violet, that sounds lovely. Will you be joining John Scott on Christmas Day? He's here with producer Hannah. That should be really fun. You can send in Christmas messages, of course, for John to read on air. Just message studio@sewingstreet.com, and it might be a shout out to somebody. It might be a shout out to you. Should be really fun morning. I shall have John on. Give them a little bit of a wave. The Christmas carols have been... No, oh, I think we should have John singing Christmas carols. In fairness, I've never heard John sing, but we all think we've got a nice voice when we're singing, don't we? I certainly do. Let's see what's coming up today. So first of all, 8 a.m, early bird deals. Yeah, this morning it's not just one. We've got a whole hour of fantastic extra savings. There they are. A table full, a plethora. At 9 a.m, I'm so excited to be welcoming Adam Brooks to the Studio of Dreams with coats and jackets. That should be really fun hour. Then at 10 a.m, we've got Tim Holtz, fabulous fabrics and sewing machines. We have got a brand new range from Tim Holtz. It is absolutely beautiful. I was having a play with it yesterday, made a little bag that I'm going to share with you. It is terrific. So if you love Tim Holtz, actually, if you just love fabric, you'll enjoy that hour very much. At 11 a.m, we've got Adam back. He's doing a dressmaking tote bag. This has got vintage style. Look at that. Look at the tape measure handles. How cute is that? We've got the pack. Oh, look at the back. That is terrific. It's completely exclusive to us here at Sewing Street. It's brand new. Adam's going to be showing us how to make the bag from start to finish. We've also got some brilliant, you know, our fabulous hexagon print fabrics. We've got those. I love those. We've got the squares as well. So that's going to be a terrific hour. Remember, you can pre-order if you want to get ahead of the game and get those things in your basket. I'll show you in just a sec. Okay, so then at 12 o'clock, we're heading on over to Yarn Lane. And our hour there is going to be a real mixture. We've got some fantastic clearance, Christmas clearance, but we've also got some terrific projects for your new year. Some super cute crocheted animals, which I love and I'm prepared to learn to crochet just to make. They're beginner friendly, so maybe I could, maybe I should. Maybe I will. Now let me show you how to shop on pre-order. So head to the website, www.sewingstreet.com, click watch live, there I am looking earnest, and then scroll down. You'll see our early bird and our bestseller. Well done, by the way, if you've got those Metler silk finish cotton threads. £5 saving this morning is superb. Now, then you'll see the columns pre-order and everything then that we've got on the shows today. Now, we've got some terrific bargains to be had. At the moment, all of those prices are full price. We're going to be crashing those prices in the next hour. Now, as we head down, we get to Adam's first hour. We've got that gorgeous rye jacket pattern. We've got boiled wool. That's sangria, by the way. Hold on, hold on. We've already dropped to less than 10 of those in stock. This sells out every time. This would be my top tip. That sangria boiled wool bundle is beautiful. Whether you're making this coat or not, do have a look at that. And when I talk about this coat, I'm talking about this coat. Hello. That's producer Kat. Kat's at the helm today. That's the teal colourway, by the way. Beautiful. It's really beautiful. Now then, we also have some brand new Italian sheep fabric. Now this has got, it's almost like a boucle. It is really lovely. It's got a little bit of stretch to it. It is beautiful. It's very, very soft. We've got some beautiful colours. The price is amazing. You can look at that, £23.99. That's not per metre, that's for the bundle. Then we get into 10 o'clock. We've got some sewing machines. But the main focus is going to be this new Tim Holtz worn croc. It's 100% cotton. You won't believe the look of it. When I show you my bag that I made, it looks like textured croc, mock croc. but it is a quilt weight cotton. So you could mix this with so many different fabrics. If you love your Tim Holtz neutrals, his monochrome collection, this would work beautifully. If you just love those kind of muted colours, or you want something for a bag, this is terrific stuff. I had so much fun working with this. Now the mega bundle is already selling fast, so you might want to jump ahead. The wild berry that you can see down the bottom there, that beautiful sort of cranberry, is the most popular so far. I'm in love with the neutrals. There's a blackish brown on the right hand side. That is gorgeous. I made a bag using the tan and the chestnut colour. That sort of ivory cream one too, I think, is lovely. It's a beautiful collection. That's 10 o'clock. You can tell I'm going to get excited about that, can't you? 11 o'clock, Adam's back. This is the tote bag panel. Isn't that fab? You've got your lining there, you've got your outer. You could mix and match those. You could make 2 bags if you want to add in some solids. We've got a solid bundle actually that we've put together that will team with that theme. Now we've also got the hexes fabric panel. We've got the squares, fat quarters and the strips. Now we do get all of those in a mega bundle. I was just about to ask, are we getting that mega bundle? See, if you wanted to get the tote bag as one and then get that mega bundle, that would be amazing. All combined, the possibilities are endless. Great monochrome palette too, that would go so well. Oh, hello. That would go so well with the Tim Holtz worn croc. Now, I digress. Bags for life. We've got signed copies. They're not signed yet. I should be signing them this morning, this afternoon. But finally, back in stock. It sold out the day before it was published, and we've had a reprint done. So we've got it back in stock. It was selling like hotcakes yesterday. You can secure a copy. What's lovely for me actually is hearing how many people have bought the book, love it, but are now buying it as a gift for someone else. It doesn't have to be a Christmas gift. It can be about just saying, look, I know you want to get into bag making. Here's a gift to get you going. We've seen loads and loads of your bag makes from the book on the fans page, and also lots of you have been kind enough to send me pics of your makes. There have been some brilliant, brilliant makes. My friend Hilary, who mentioned my shirt this morning, has made a gazillion, and I mean a gazillion, of the essential toiletry roll-up and the vinyl craft bag. Just amazing. So really cool. Now let's just start. We're talking about bag making. Good morning, by the way, to Susan, who said good morning to everyone who's relaxing at her mum's in Norfolk here for Christmas. Oh, lovely. I lived in Norfolk for a few years, loved it. Great place to go and chill. PU. We've got this fabulous PU. It is the most lovely light blush pink. This PU that we've got is extra wide. It's a really wide one, which is brilliant because it means that 1/2 metre, I'm just looking, oh, bless you, 140 wide. So it's a terrific width. Oh, I'm getting all in a muddle here. Let me just... It's a very smooth texture. It's got that little bit of faux leather grain in it, but it's a really fine one. So this would be fantastic for smaller purses, for example, evening bags, handbags, bases of totes. Adds a really professional finish if you do the base and maybe the handles for a bag, a tote bag, any bag, and then do the sort of middle section with quilt weight cotton or upholstery fabric, something like that. Now the usual price is $6.99 for 1/2 metre. This is still going to be cut off the bolt, especially for you, but we're going to crash that price. Early bird, you're kidding me, $3.49. You're getting 1/2 metre. That's what we sell quilt weight cotton for. Plain, solids. This is beautiful quality PU in the most amazing blush pink. This is so pretty. And just to give you an example, I'm just going to grab a fabric really quite randomly. I'm going to grab a couple of different fabrics. Look, hello, look at that. This is from a bundle that we've got on the show. This would work absolutely beautifully. What a great bag combo that would make. But then from a different bundle, from T with B, I'm just going to grab this one in fact. How about that as a combination? Okay, so it's a great neutral. This is the point I'm making. It's a great neutral. It would go with so many different things. Let me grab, this is from another completely different collection. What about that combination? It just picks up the colours. It's just superb. Love this PU. Very, very easy to work with. You don't need a special needle. You don't need to start using a leather needle or you know, any particular kind of thread. Your regular quilt thread, your regular metal thread is going to be perfect. This is a different fabric collection that we've got. This is also going to work. Fabulous. If you'd already checked out before we drop that price, don't worry. You'll be charged $3.49 per half metre while stocks last. Or midnight tonight. I think it will be while stocks last, to be perfectly honest. Now remember, this is still going to be cut off the bolt for you. So if you want a metre, order 2 units. If you want 3 metres, order 6. Lots of you are doing that. Now don't forget this hour, that isn't the only price drop we're doing. It's early birds for the whole hour. So every reason to stay tuned and see what we've got. But that PU, I asked to do this first because I think that is such a fantastic buy. Absolutely terrific, and goes with seemingly anything. Now another thing I know you're going to absolutely love, we know you absolutely love, is Osnaburg. Now this is a pre-cut bundle, so this has already been cut, but you're getting 1.5 meters in this bundle. There's a lot of fabric there. Our price $7.49. It's not today. It's not today. It's a special. $7.49 would have been a fantastic price. We're doing it at $6.50, and remember that's for 1.5 meters of, I mean, really beautiful quality. You could use this absolutely for things like, and it's often used for things like, putting on the back when you're quilting, especially if you're then making up into cushions, table runners, placemats. Use this on the underside. This is also fantastic for things like making toiles in dressmaking. It's very popular for doll making too, particularly for sort of vintage style dolls for the bodies. Okay, it's a beautiful premium quality cotton Osnaburg, and it's a seeded Osnaburg, so you've got those little variations. This is what makes it so charming for me. Isn't that lovely? So if you like kind of country colours, country style, you want something that's a little rustic but not very, you know, you could line bags with this, back quilts with it. This will also dye really nicely too. Pre-wash it first and then you can use this for dyeing. Lots of you buying multiples of this. Remember, if you multi-buy, say you buy 2 of these, you're going to get 2 1.5 meter packs. It's a lot of fabric. But that is an amazing price. £6.50 for 1.5 meters. Now, per half metre, £2.60 a half metre. £2.16. So £2 and change per half metre. Absolutely fab. We've got less than 50 of these bundles, which sounds like a lot. We didn't start with 60. We started with a lot. Lots and lots and lots of you buying this. Well done you. Now another of my top picks for the hour. We've only got a few of these, a handful less. But I think it's a fab thing. It's the quilting planner from Easy Quilting. I think this is really lovely. I really like this. A really nice, let's get organised. Let's make 2022 a planned quilty year. Nothing wrong with that. There's so much in here. This is lovely. I always buy myself a diary every January, and then I never really use it because I use my phone for things like that. But a planner for my projects, and one that has tips. And look at this, spaces for swatches, a list of your tools that you own. Taking this along when you're going shopping, it's got those kind of diary elements in it too, but so much more. Lots of inspiration, really tailored towards quilters. Great dividers. I think this is fab. Now that price is dropping. It's not $54.99. It's dropping $39.99. It's an absolute bargain. That's brilliant. I love it. We literally have just over a handful. We've got 6. We've got 6. That's amazing. And more than half of those are in baskets, so that's in danger. But it is a lovely thing. I mean, of course, it's very giftable. But like I say, I always buy myself a really lovely diary. And then I tend not to use it. Whereas my planning notebooks that I have, I get through 3 or 4 every year. This is a really special one. This has got all those tips. This has got, you know, specific pages planned out for quilters. Pages of stickers. You've still got your monthly and weekly calendars with lots of helpful tips, but you've also got extras there, standard measurements, project planner pages, sections for sketches, swatch organising pages. You've got clear pockets, you've got zipper pouches. We've got 3 left. It's not going to last the hour, so make sure you check out on that. Remember, you only pay 1p&p here at Sewing Street. Now, Christmas fat quarters, I know that it really is a little late in the day to be making much now for Christmas. However, as I've mentioned before, Christmas has proved so popular, we have it every year. Oh, no. Producer Kat's just told me that her parents do Christmas in February. I have heard of Christmas in July. That's a really big thing in places like Australia, celebrating Christmas in July because it's the coldest month there, you know, so they have the tree up and they do turkey. Although Charlie, my husband, spent a proper Christmas in Australia once, and the family his family he was staying with insisted on Christmas jumpers and a roast dinner, and it was boiling hot. And they all had to stay inside and sit round a dining table. But, you know, if you like to celebrate Christmas throughout the year, if you found that this year you wanted to make more and didn't really have time, get started early. Now, what you're getting in here are 5 fat quarters. It was $10.99, but the price is crashing. $7.99. That's fantastic for 5. So that's less than £2 per fat quarter. And I love they've got a nice sort of fresh but vintagey feel. This one's got a little bit of gold sparkly printing on it. Very, very cute. Those are great, aren't they? So you've got 2 of the holly leaf. You've got 2 of the Christmas tree. So you're really getting half a metre of those 2. Cut into fat quarters, and then you've got that Christmas tree. These would be great for some coasters, some placemats, maybe some Christmas stockings. And I make Christmas stockings throughout the year when I have time and I feel in the mood, and then come Christmas I don't have to wrap things, because I think I've shared with you before I am absolutely the world's worst at wrapping presents. All of Charlie's Christmas presents this year are square or rectangular because I can just about wrap those. But I think I've proven with my Secret Santa here at Sewing Street that I am the world's worst wrapper. And I'm not just talking about, yo! I really am terrible at wrapping presents. So, fabric bags. Now then, I showed you a few of these fabrics, I think, last week. These are ones that we've just got in, and they are so beautiful. You've got 2 fat quarters in this little bundle. £7.49 usual price. I'm going to open these out. These have the most amazing, they're printed, I think they must be digital printing because the print quality is amazing. They look like they've been watercolour painted. If you love sort of landscape quilting, these would be so gorgeous to have in your stash. This one is divine. Look at that. So beautiful. They look like they've been hand painted with the most beautiful Tim Holtz distress inks, don't they? Or silk paints, and then kind of batiqued, or they're just lovely. Now, loads of you have already bought this on pre-order. You're going to get this dropped price though, not £7.49, £6.49. Brilliant. Absolutely brill. And they're Moda fabrics. You're getting 2 of them, both absolutely beautiful. So usable, aren't they? I think this one, well, both of them, they are stunning. If you didn't see the Starflower range, have a little look at it. It is just beautiful. If we had the whole collection right now, I'd be buying it, but these fat quarters on their own would make absolutely beautiful projects. Clive's bunting. That was a nice idea, wasn't it? Strip piecing first and then cutting out the bunting triangles. So there were the 3 strips. Love that. Going to take that tip, Clive. Going to take that for my very own. Don't forget to check out, though, remember, until you have done that, it's not yours. Don't forget the PU, that lovely PU, the Osnaburg, the Quilters Planner that we've gone through so far. Very limited on these. Now, next up, we're going to look at Liberty. Now, these are beautiful. I've only seen these actually in a kit. This is the first time I've seen them as a bundle on their own. Never had them on air as a bundle. This is so sweet. Look at this one. Little vintage toys. Now, Christmas isn't Christmas for me until I have seen or listened to the music of the Nutcracker. Tchaikovsky, Nutcracker. I love it. Sugar Plum Fairy. Ba ba bum 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 ba da ba da ba da ba 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 bum. Oh, it's lovely. My friend Jane actually is in the Nutcracker almost every year. Right at the start of the Nutcracker at Birmingham Hippodrome, the Royal Ballet production. She is one of the people at the party at Christmas Eve, so she's not a ballet dancer. They have extras who go in just for the start of the cat. Our producer dresses them. Yeah. Amazing. It's just every year. And she goes on, does the crowd scene, does the party scene, and then everyone can go home. It makes Christmas for me. This lovely Liberty features nutcrackers and little teddy bears, and oh, it's lovely. It's got that gorgeous vintagey look. Beautiful baubles. Kerry from Living in Loveliness had a kit. This is the only time I've seen this, and it was in a kit to make her lovely hexagonal bowls, her trio of hexagonal bowls that she has a lovely pattern for. How gorgeous are they? Now, I'm not being funny, but this would sit in my stash very nicely and would go with all sorts anyway. None of those 3 fabrics scream Christmas only to me, but of course they do work lovely. You're getting 5 fat quarters. The price should be £18.99. 1.25 meters of fabric. They are dropping to £13.99, and this is the first time they've been available on their own. If you're one of the people out there who've got multiples of these, who've bought multiples, well done you. I mean, it's just a classic, isn't it? Good taste. £2.79 a fat quarter for Liberty quilt weight cotton. And these aren't looky likeys, these are the real deal Liberty fabrics. They are smashing, aren't they? Love that colour palette too. The navies with that little bit of red. This is a little bit of gold overprinting here, and also on this one as well, this main print. You've got a little bit of gold printing on there as well. It's subtle, but it's beautiful. Very popular, that one. You're getting 1.25 meters, remember, and the price is just $13.99. That's really less than the price of a metre of fabric, and you're getting 1.25 meters because of that early bird saving. Well done you if you've got that. Now, oh yeah, Liberty Fabric. If you go on their website, you're talking $16.99 a metre for their quilt weight cotton. So to get 1.25 meters for $13.99, absolutely brilliant. Now, Lewis and Irene Wintertide. That's this one here. This one, the really big bundle. Now, I launched this. Is this going down in price? Because this, I remember launching this, and I was just in love with this because it's called Wintertide. It's a Lewis and Irene. We're taking more. It's already got 1 meter free. This is, look at this. How amazing is that? This has got quite a William Morrisy feel to it. If you love William Morris fabrics, it's got that arts and crafts look. At Lewis and Irene, a fabulous, fabulous company who do some bumbleberries. Love it. This is a cute one with the little pears on it. They do flora and fauna so well in their fabrics. Most of their fabrics feature little animals of some kind. This has got peacocks, which are just, what I love about this most is that you've got bronze overprinting on some of these. Some of them you've got gold, like this one is very subtle, but those little daisy flowers are picked out in a bronzy gold overprinting. This is sort of true gold, but this one here, bronze, copper. It's really beautiful. Now this whole collection already came with 1 meter free. You're getting 7.5 meters. So you're already saving $13.98 on that, but we're dropping the price again, and we're taking another £5 off to $85.87. So you're saving just about £19 on this bundle. And this bundle is by no means a Christmas or a winter only range. This would actually fit beautifully in my house. There's lovely teals. There's a beautiful sort of blush. See, this is one of the fabrics that I'd pulled to say, how about this with the blush pink PU? And if you're a bag maker, this is going to go so well. You can multi-buy the PU. It's going to come in a whole piece. It's being cut for you. It's only $3.49 for a ½ meter. And remember, it's extra wide. But then when you look at the Wintertide from Lewis and Irene, you've got all of those lovely sort of pinky peachy shades in there, and then those warmer teals and blues, which would work absolutely beautifully. I love this range. So pretty. $5.72 per ½ meter. That's what it works out at. So you're talking, what's that, $5.72? So just a little over £11 a metre. That's just amazing. It's a brand new range of fabric too. Very lovely. Very lovely. Now then, this is a cute little, I mean, it's a lovely little, I'm going to say stocking filler. I know it's not going to go in your stocking this year, but it's one of those lovely little things to have. It's a thread cutter. What you've got here is a lanyard, and then you've got your cutter, and actually in between each petal, you've got a little, and it's protected by the flower. You've got like a little blade there that you can cut your thread with. You can cut your yarn with if you're a knitter or crocheter. If you like doing embroidery, perfect. Ideal for little presents for crafters, from a crafter in Suffolk. Totally agree. Another review there on FIFO. The daisy thread cutter is very appealing. It will make a wonderful gift for a new sewist, making sure you always have to hand a thread cutter. Thank you for those reviews. Yep, totally agree. 10% of the stock's already gone. It's from So Easy, a brand I love. But lots of their rulers, lots of their notions. They're great quality. $4.99. fab. And although I totally agree, it's a very giftable item, it's also just super useful for every one of this. You don't have to buy that for someone else. You can buy it for yourself. Yeah, that's what self-love's all about, isn't it? Buying yourself something that's going to make your life a little easier. Yeah, we deserve a little something, don't we? It's great though as well, because you wear it around your neck if you want to. You don't have to, of course, but wear it around your neck, and then you've always got something to cut your thread. No more biting threads. Do we do that? Do we do that? Let's not do that. And also as well, at the moment I'm doing a lot of knitting, a lot of scarves and hats and things like that. And it's, well, if you're using a wool, fine. If you're using a cotton yarn, if you're using an acrylic or an acrylic blend, you cannot snap that with your, and why would you? Gosh, well, I try. Having that thread cutter, that will cut thread, but it will also cut embroidery floss, yarn. Currently $6.89 on Amazon. We're doing it today for $4.99. Absolutely super price. Keep going through for that. Make sure you check out your baskets. Now then, slightly off-piste, but appealing and fun. Good for this time of year, good for any time of year, the LED candle. This one, now I believe John got the fun of showing you how this actually works. We don't have a battery to show you, so I'm a little bit disappointed about that. But this, you blow it on and blow it out. Surely we could have got a clip of John blowing out a candle, an electric candle. I think we'd have all paid money to see that. I'm kidding, I'm kidding. You can just imagine. But you're getting 6 of them. Now, why an LED candle? Well, at this time of year, any time of year, I love candles in my house. But you really shouldn't leave an unattended candle, should you? And also it's really nice to kind of leave them in the window. Very Christmassy, very welcoming, that lovely ambience, you know. They're nice in the hallway, you know, a little bit romantic too, around the windowsills, up the staircase maybe, places where you wouldn't normally be able to place a candle even if you were there. Somewhere that's a little bit drafty maybe, somewhere where you have animals or children. So these, really safe. Now these today are dropping in price from $7.99 and they're going down under £5. That's what we like, $4.99. Now you will need batteries. And they use, there we go. So it's like one of those little flat batteries, you know, the kind of thing that you put in kitchen scales. 1 times CR2032 3-volt battery. So that's what each one will use. All right, lots of you buying those. They're ever so useful, aren't they, just to have. Few little messages from everybody, by the way. From Claire, good morning, Stuart and all. Good morning, Claire. How are you? Are you ready for Christmas? You know, maybe a little. I'm certainly feeling Christmassy now. I've made my first mince pies. Charlie and I made them at the weekend, which is lovely. We always we have a day in October where we make Christmas cake, Christmas pudding, mincemeat, and then all those things go away. And I always feel a bit sad because what I want desperately is to have some there and then. I'm so greedy. But then when the mincemeat comes out and we can use it and we make some mince pies. But yeah, we had fun at the weekend doing some Christmas baking. Now, yes, another thing that's a little Christmassy, great to get ahead now, thinking about next year, I guess, aren't we? We're thinking about making for next year. A little message from Katie. Morning, Stuart, it's my birthday. Happy birthday, Katie. Happy, happy birthday. It's also my lovely friend Joanne's birthday today. Mwah. Happy birthday to you both. I shall be ironing. What? Tell me, Katie, it's something lovely. Tell me you're doing quilting and you're ironing that. not clothes. And making mince pies while watching Sewing Street. Happy Christmas to you all from Katie. Oh, Katie, that's really lovely. Thank you. And have a wonderful birthday and a fabulous Christmas. Enjoy those mince pies. Now, if you want to get ready for next Christmas, this is a stitch and fold. So I'm guessing we're making pockets like this. So we fold them up. Oh yeah, that is lovely. That is cool, isn't it? I love the illustrations. Love the crackle with literally a handful. That many, yeah. 5. I don't know why I feel the need to do that. £8.99 today. That's lovely. I love those illustrations. They're really kind of New Englandy. The cardinals. Deputy Joan would love those. Deputy Joan loves cardinals. Morning, Deputy Joan, if you're watching. And then look, this lovely illustration at the top. That's super, isn't it? Really lovely. Now I'm thinking actually that the Tim Holtz croc in, I forget the proper name of the colour, it's the cranberry red one that was doing very well. That would go really nicely with this. Wildberry as a border. Yours won't be on the slant, by the way, like mine is. You'll do yours nice and straight. There's only 3 of these left. Please make sure you check out. There are even some lovely labels down the side, just for a bit of extra value. See, we always do that here at Sewing Street. We love extra value. We love this too. Made with love for and by. These are great. You could put these on quilts, on Christmas stockings. Oh, it's sold out. It's gone. Congratulations if you got that. Now, Riley Blake, known for their lovely flannel fabrics, Gnome for Christmas. This is super cute. What you've got in here is brushed cotton. If you've never used it before, brushed cotton or flannel, it is still 100% cotton, but it feels almost like moleskin. It's got a lovely tactile quality, very soft and cuddly. Because it's brushed, it's much more voluminous. I mean, look at the depth of that. If this was regular cotton, it would be half that thickness. All that extra kind of snuggle makes it extra warm and cozy. Now you've got some lovely prints in here in lovely shades of green. It almost has a suede-y look to it. I'll show you actually on the back. You can see the fabrics you're getting. You're getting this lovely kind of almost like a Fair Isle type stripe. You're getting the snowflakes, the little gifts, and then the gnomes with the presents. Super cute. You're getting 42 squares. They're all 10-inch and they're cut with a decal edge, so like a pinked edge. Now normal price is $49.99, but not today. Not today. £10 off. $39.99. Now, a couple of quick tips. When you're sewing with brushed cotton, okay, first of all, I think it looks best if you keep it simple. So simple pinwheels, 9-patch, 4-patch, rail fence, even just, dare I say, arrange these squares and sew them together just as they are would be beautiful. You could mix this with a standard quilt weight cotton. That would work too. So what you could do there is you could put a border, maybe a 1.5 or a 2-inch finished border of quilt weight cotton around each square, and then maybe some sash and put them together. That would look great. The other tip when you're working with brushed cotton is I would recommend using your walking foot. Certainly if you're not going to do that pin well, the brushed surface gives a little bit of kind of slip to them. So when you're sewing with them, having the sort of extra feed dogs on the top that the walking foot provides makes for really even sewing, easy peasy sewing. But they're lovely to work with. We've only got 9 of them left. This would be a great project actually to have ready for next Christmas. you know, a Christmas quilt, you only need one or two, don't you? Bring them out, throw them over a sofa, maybe a little coordinating cushion, and you're ready. Just adds that extra coziness. Now, something very different, really nice for spring actually, I think, is a collection called Tea with B. Now, we've split this collection into 3 bundles that I want to show you. I say we. When I say we, I mean Neil. It was a manager's special. The price is going to be amazing. We know that. When Neil flexes his manager muscle, everybody notices. But it's a great price drop for you. So this is Tea with B. This is from Riley Blake. How beautiful is this? This is Riley Blake Grey Tea with B. 3.5 meters here. This is an absolutely beautiful collection. It's got a little bit of a tea timey theme, but only with 1 or 2 of the fabrics. Most of them are just really lovely, gentle, soft florals. I mean, that I could have a bolt of, thank you very much. That I would use so many times. It's super. This one here, neutral, again, a bolt of that, please. You are getting 1/2 meter, which is super useful. How lovely is this one? It's like a really soft, greyish teal. Okay, it's definitely a tealy look to it. In that honeycomb, I think is delightful. Now, of course, I'm going to go straight for the obvious, which would be lovely kind of tea time accessories. Tea cozy, placemats, some napkins, a little maybe table runner. Now it's $7.49 per 1/2 meter. That's what the price should be. Today, we're going to honour that manager's special price. We're going to crash that price, and we're crashing that price to, oh my goodness, wow, I wasn't expecting that. That is a good price crash. Wow, $34.93. Wow. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. $4.99 a 1/2 meter. Come on. Look at that. That's terrific. We are very limited on these though. I'm going to start putting them away before they sell out. Isn't that lovely? Really pretty. We've only got 5 minutes left of our early bird deals. I'm going to run through really quickly now just to show you a few more options. Can we do this one? This is pretty. So I'm going to assume, I'm guessing I'm right. These are all from 52.43 dropping down to 34.93. That is phenomenal. Oh, that's gorgeous. That is lovely with that sage background. How wonderful. Little bees. We've only got 10 of these bundles left. That one for your landscape quilting. That is beautiful. These would be gorgeous for bag making. Again, I'm just going to remind you that fabulous PU in blush pink would go so beautifully with Tea with B. If you like making bags, if you make bags and sell bags. You know, profit margin is all about buying smart. At less than £10 per metre for this Tea with B fabric, you really can't go wrong. That is terrific. Now we've got one more colourway. So I want to say a little morning, by the way, to Morag. Morning, Stuart Crew and everyone watching. I'm knitting while waiting on the hospital phoning, then going to the local shop, pop-up shop. There's over 25 local crafters and artists where I'm helping out today. Morag! Sounds like a packed morning. Sounds lovely. This is lovely. Mustard gold on your honeycomb. Beautiful. Little grassy print. This is pretty. Now this one's got 3 meters in it. So this is going to be like $44.94. The price is dropping. That's really pretty. Under £30. That's $4.99 a 1/2 meter. $29.94. Fabulous. Fabulous. Claire, am I ready for Christmas? Laughing face, laughing face, laughing face. Bless you. Morning, Carol. Oh, gosh. Yeah. Oh. I mean, you know what? It'll happen, won't it? Whether we're ready for it or not. Now, so with Beth, you know me, I love, love, love Japanese fabrics. These are fab. This is... I need to open this because these are so lovely. We've had them on air before, but these are going to be dropped in price. You're getting 4.5 meters. These have such a beautiful vibrancy to them. Now they're $29.99 for 4.5 meters. Look at that. How stunning is that? We've never dropped the price before. They're 160 centimeters. Wow, that is really wide. You're kidding me. Okay, this is a great price drop. Wait for this. Wowza, 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 wowza. So you're getting £10 off. So each 1/2 meter is £5. And look at the width on that. That's amazing. Now, these are all pre-packed, so if you multi-buy, you're going to get separate packages. Half the stock's already gone. That's terrific. The vibrancy, the joy in that blue. Anybody who thinks blue is a cold colour needs to see that blue, because that is warm blue. Isn't that stunning? Isn't that stunning? That would blend with so many different styles of fabric. There's 4 left. Well done you if you've managed to nab that. You've been really quick. 2 left now, my goodness. I am super impressed with those. That price is amazing. I apologise to anyone who gets that pack because I've absolutely... But you know what? My hands are clean. And now this is the red. This is... amazing. Same prints, but again, look at the beautiful, joyful vibrancy of these fabrics. The price is going to be the same. We're crashing it from just under £30 to $19.99. There's 10 left. It's like a live auction, isn't it? There's 10 left. There's not going to be 10 left for very long, believe me. These are absolutely stunning. This has got a little bit of black and peach in it. These are extra wide. They're super wide. They are stunning. And again, I've got to grab that PU because yet again, it goes beautifully. It picks out that little bit of blush. Just pretty, pretty fabrics. They are stunning. There's 4 left now. There are 6 in baskets. I'm sorry if you miss out on these because they are so lovely. What a morning. There's a few things we didn't get time to get to, but in the break, Cat, producer, is going to drop the price. So if you go onto the pre-order page, you'll see those price drops. There are some other lovely things to look at. So do have a little look while we take a break. Make yourself a cuppa, grab a mince pie. And when we come back, we'll be joined by Adam Brooks. I can't wait.
If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task, and sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Well, our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. They're full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and as enjoyable as possible. And not only will they take your order, they will also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Hi, I'm Lisa Lamb. I'm the quiet one from the Surrey Property Girls. I just wanted to wish you a safe, warm and wonderful Christmas with your loved ones. I hope Santa brings you loads and loads of crafty goodies, and I look forward to being back on the show in 2022. Take care everyone, love you loads, bye! Mwah.
Hello there, it's Mark Francis here, and I just popped up to wish a very Merry Christmas to all of you, our Sewing Street family. And by the way, Happy Easter. Really long show this, really long.
Hi everyone, I just wanted to wish you all a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Thank you so much for supporting me throughout this last year. It's been quite a testing year for everybody, and I look forward to seeing you all in the new year. I'm back on the 9th of January, and I cannot wait to bring you some new ideas and things to do. Thank you so much for your support, and Happy Christmas. Lots of love, Beth.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33. In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. every day on Freeview 72 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in on our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 p.m. every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on, so you never have to spend a minute without us.
Hi, I'm Lisa Lamb. I'm the quiet one from the Sew Crafty Girls. I just wanted to wish you a safe, warm and wonderful Christmas with your loved ones. I hope Santa brings you loads and loads of crafty goodies, and I look forward to being back on the show in 2022. Take care everyone, love you loads, bye! Mwah.
Hello there, it's Mark Francis here, and I just popped up to wish a very Merry Christmas to all of you, our Sewing Street family. And by the way, Happy Easter. Really long show this, really long.
Hi everyone, I just wanted to wish you all a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Thank you so much for supporting me throughout this last year. It's been quite a testing year for everybody, and I look forward to seeing you all in the new year. I'm back on the 9th of January, and I cannot wait to bring you some new ideas and things to do. Thank you so much for your support, and Happy Christmas. Lots of love, Beth.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33. In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. every day on Freeview 72 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in on our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 p.m. every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on, so you never have to spend a minute without us.
Hello, welcome back. Can you still see me from behind the... Hello! Sorry for the delayed break. We had a lot of gorgeous fabrics, boiled wool, and this beautiful kind of boucle Italian sheep fabric. I think that might be the name we've given it. It might not be its official name, but it... Now, I just wanted to say, before we move on to our wonderful hour with the gorgeous Adam James Brooks, there he is. Say hello, love. Hello. You sledgend. You slaying that sweater. A producer cat has gone through all of the products in the first hour and crashed the prices. So those things that we didn't get to that you might want to have a little look at, do that now, because if you were around for the last hour, you will know things were going very, very quickly. So have a quick look back at the website while I introduce the next hour. We started late, but we'll finish late. Don't worry, we'll have the full demos from our lovely Adam Brooks. Now, this hour is all about the rye jacket from the Sussex seamstress. She's one of my favourite pattern designers. I love her smart simplicity, her wearability. She's a terrific designer. She does the most wonderful video tutorials for all of her patterns. So first and foremost, I want to remind you of that. When you buy a Sussex seamstress pattern, you're getting a terrific pattern, beautiful quality paper, great instructions, thorough instructions too, a massive range of sizes in each pattern too. The rye jacket goes from a size 8 to a size 30 in one pattern. Now that is absolutely fantastic, because like which pattern size grouping do I need to buy? You don't need to worry about that. One pattern will cover everything from a size 8 to a size 30, and if you're somewhere in between sizes, you can cut in between those sizes too. But also within that pattern, you're getting access to all those videos, tutorial videos from the Sussex seamstress. There's a QR code on the front of the pattern. Scan that into your smartphone. It'll take you straight through to the videos. Alternatively, jump onto YouTube and just type in Sussex seamstress rye jacket. You'll get, and basically what she does is goes through a full make and shows you each process. Of course, we've got Adam today, who's going to show us some elements, which is terrific. We can ask questions, we can delve, we can unpick. Adam's looking worried. He went, delve, delve. Into what? Everything, you sledgend. Now, we've seen this jacket in denim, we've seen it in linen, we've seen it in boiled wool. I mean, the version that we've got in the studio in boiled wool is fab. This is the teal boiled wool that we've got in the studio. It's so fab. Now, do make sure that you check out on that pattern. This is one of those patterns that you're going to make time and time and time again, because done in denim or linen for the summer or spring, done in a tweed or a light boiled wool for autumn, and then going into more winter wear with things like our Italian sheep fabric. It's terrific. Casual, smart and dressy, and you could also add some lovely little embellishments to this. It's got a nice simple line to it, very flattering. Looks great on Kat. Kat's in her 20s. Grr. I'm working with children. But look how gorgeous that looks, absolutely terrific. But also terrific for somebody of my more mature years.
You're not in your mature years.
Well, and I'm certainly not mature, Adam, for sure. I think everyone would agree with you there. But bless you. Now let's have a little look at the fabric bundles that we've got. We've got some wonderful brand new Italian sheep fabric. Now then, it's brand new in, and we've got bundles of 2.5 meters. Now, just to give you a breakdown of what it's made of, it's 100% polyester and has a fleece effect. The width is 150 centimeters, that's 60 inches, so it's that wider width. The weight is 360. It's a knitted fabric. Okay, so it's got a little bit of stretch in, not too much stretch, but enough to help you with fitting, makes it easier for fitting. So if you're newer to dressmaking, better choice. Now, it's neither woolen nor Italian, but with the appearance of both. I don't know how it appears Italian, quite, but there you are. Who writes this? This stylish fleece effect fabric is perfect for warm tops and has multiple craft uses. Now, washing instructions, the manufacturer says do not bleach, I think for obvious reasons, a 30-degree wash on a gentle cycle, gentle tumble on low heat, and we would strongly recommend testing a small piece first, just to be sure. But Adam's been using this and is loving it. Let's have a look at the colours that we've got. Yeah, let's start with a classic cream. This is a lovely weight to it. It's very, very classy looking. I'm going to reach it down. You've got 2.5 meters, and remember this is 60 inches wide. It does very much feel like a boucle. It's lovely, kind of almost like sort of tight curls. Super texture. It's really soft, really soft. It feels lovely in my hands. At that that's incredible, $23.99. We are all shocked at that price. I did think at first that was possibly the price per metre, but it is a terrific, terrific price. We've got less than 20 left. It's 2.5 metres. Now, for example, if you wanted to make the rye jacket out of this, for the largest size, we're talking about the size 30, we need 2.5 metres, right, Adam?
2.1 metres,
2.1
so you're
metres.
getting a little bit extra as well, and we love that.
We love a bit extra, don't we? So you could maybe make a little extra accessory, maybe a little cosy snood or a hat. It's got that bit of stretching, so it's perfect. But also, if you're buying this for your stash, okay, this is going to be perfect for making those kind of lovely oversized sweatshirts, lovely funnel neck maybe, keep you really warm and snuggly through the winter. Maybe make your own sort of slanky type thing, or a sweatshirt, little cardigan, or a coatigan would be absolutely gorgeous. I love a coatigan, Adam.
I love a coatigan.
Yeah.
Do you know what? This is just making me want to snuggle up for winter. You could
That's what it's all
hibernate in
about.
this lot. It's beautiful.
It's perfect hibernating fabric. You are right. That's the cream. Really goes with anything, doesn't it? Now, next colour. Let's go navy. Again, another classic. Just beautiful. We've less than 20 of these too. This is a really beautiful, deep, inky kind of midnight navy. Again, it's got that beautiful, it is super soft. It is so, so soft. I'll just show you the back of it so you can see. And it's got, as you can see, it's just got that little bit of stretch in it. Okay, slightly more one way than the other, but it's a knitted fabric. Now, in terms of needle, when you're using this to sew with, you could go with a universal, you could go with a stretch needle, but we think a regular needle works pretty well, right, Adam?
I've been using a regular needle and it's held up fine. That stretch isn't too much,
No.
you know. So, yeah, no, it's been fine with a regular needle for me.
Perfect.
But whatever works for you.
Yeah, that bit of stretch is good for drape, it's good for fit, but it's not making the sewing any more complex. Yeah, great stash builder. This would also work really well, not being funny, but this would also work really well as a throw. If you just want to throw, if you want to dress up, or if you've got, you know, maybe a sofa or a chair that's seen better days, maybe the cat's had a little go at it, know what those little tinkers can be like. This would be lovely just as a lovely cuddly throw. Or you want something to drape over a bed. You could hem the edge, you could, in fact the edge could be just left raw, frankly, or you could bind the edge with an extra wide binding. Now, next up, it's the colour, isn't it? It's the modern neutral, the silvery grey. This is really lovely. Again, super soft. It's got a wonderful, you can see that texture, can't you? It's like really tightly curled, almost like shearling. It's like shearling. I'm talking the real sheep here. It's lovely. It's got a gorgeous texture. Half the stock of this went on pre-order, and at £23.99, not for 1 metre, but for a 2.5 metre bundle. This is a super wide fabric. This is 60 inches wide, which means that you could make the jacket, the rye jacket from Sussex Seamstress, in the largest size and have enough left over to make yourself a little snood or a hat to go with for less than £24 for the fabric. It's incredible value, incredible value. And I dare say if you're making the smaller sizes,
1.7 metres.
1.7 metre for the smaller size. Fab, that's amazing.
Well, you can get your money's worth and, like you say, make some accessories.
You could absolutely. And also as well, Adam, I've seen lots of, particularly young people, with bags made out of things like faux fur and shearling effect fabrics, that sort of fleecy, furry effect for bags. Super. Simple totes, simple messenger style bags. This is the kind of thing we're talking about. This is from Zara. There you go. £25.99. And what would that use? Probably about 1/4 metre of this width of fabric to make that. A couple of faux leather handles from that wide South American river, and you're done. A little lining, bingo. There we are. It's gorgeous. I love it. Can we do, yeah, we've got 2 more colour options left. The camel is delicious. Camel, or even I might call this nutmeg, because I'm just like that. That's lovely. Again, less than 20. This is just rich and warm looking, snuggly. It's got a most gorgeous drape. Look at that. It's really smashing. Very, very soft. Feels great against your skin. Do please make sure you're checking out your baskets, won't you? Because these are flying. £23.99 for a 2.5 metre bundle. These are pre-cut. Okay, so if you multi-buy, you'll get separate 2.5 metre bundles. But lots of you are going for this. Are you making one colour? Are you getting 2 different colours? Because this is a wardrobe staple, isn't it, for this time of year. And the Sussex Seamstress Rye jacket is a jacket you can wear all year round, depending on the fabric you make it in. We've also got a couple of other patterns that you might want to look at too. Now finally, we've got one more colour. I think this might possibly be my favourite. The wine.
Just for the name alone.
Just for the name alone, Adam. Absolutely. That is lovely. It's a beautiful, deep sort of cranberry red. So not pillar box by any means. It's got that lovely sort of deep. It's almost multi-tonal actually. It looks multi-tonal to me in the studio. Super soft. Remember, this is 100% polyester. It's going to wash really well. It's going to be colour fast too. It's going to wear beautifully, and it is super soft, really soft. So great on the skin, great for throws, great for cushions too. I mean, you could absolutely make cushion covers using this. It's got a little bit of stretch in it, okay? So if you are making things like cushion covers, make them on the small side, so that when you put your cushion pad inside, it is stretching it slightly, only slightly. So for example, if you've got a 16-inch cushion pad, I would actually cut your pieces at that size, the finished size, 16-inch. Sew them together with a 1/2-inch seam, so there's that little bit of stretch when they go on. They're going to look absolutely super. You could even button through that with maybe some fabric-covered buttons, just to provide a bit of contrast. Absolutely splendid. Same price again, £23.99 for a 2.5 metre bundle, which we are all amazed at here at Sewing Street. This is our beautiful Italian sheep fabric. Now, I remember a few weeks ago we did some beautiful boiled wool, and it flew actually. It absolutely flew. Rebecca Harrison was here, I remember it well. The sangria, my goodness me. Again, for the name if nothing else, Adam. We need a night out, Adam, I'm thinking.
Oh, we should.
This is delish. Now, I love the name, but I would say sangria. Is it this shade of beautiful magenta pink? Probably not. I just want to be clear, this is the most beautiful magenta pink colour. It is gorgeous. Boiled wool is one of my favourite fabrics to work with actually, for things like coats, coatigans, like long line waterfall style jackets. It drapes beautifully. It doesn't need lining. The edges don't need finishing, and in fact it's a really cool fabric to use and have your seams on the outside.
That's an interesting idea.
Looks gorgeous on something like a long line coatigan. Seams on the outside, and make a feature of them.
Yeah. Oh, I'd love to see that. That would be fabulous. In that colour, because that's beautiful.
Yeah, it's delish. We're limited stock on this. This always sells out. As soon as we get it back in stock, it flies out the door again. Goodness me. Now, rose, even more limited. This is a soft, soft, soft sort of lilac pink. It's very, very pretty, but we have one left. That's all. Just one. It's a lovely, soft lilac pink. Again, boiled wool. Now, width-wise on this one, we are, it's 2.5 metres in length. So again, more than enough to make the very largest size of the rye jacket. But if you were making something like a longer line cardigan, you know, 140 to 145 centimetres in width. So again, a really nice width of fabric there. And it's got a little bit of stretch too. Okay, so again, really useful that for easy fitting. It's going to drape beautifully. This is 100% boiled wool. It does feel really soft. It's a really great fabric. Like that very much. I actually used boiled wool for a jacket when I did the sewing bee.
Did you?
I did.
I think it's a gorgeous material.
It is a gorgeous, yeah. It's lovely to work with, and the fact that it doesn't need lining, you know, is great. You can line it too as well, of course, if you want to. Should we do teal? Now this is the one that our finished jacket is made in. It just does look great, doesn't it? I think you look very happy modelling that jacket. You look stylish. It also goes great with denim, doesn't it? And with the blanket scarf as well. It's a great look. This is a beautiful teal. It's a lovely deep teal. Multi-tonal. The jacket itself is a timeless classic, isn't it? It's the kind of thing that, you know, it doesn't age you. in terms of the style. It can be worn by any age. You can use really a very wide variety of fabrics. A nice linen union for the summer would be great. You could use a light or medium or a heavyweight denim. Boiled wool, of course, our Italian sheep fabric, perfect. You could mix and match. You could add a little undercollar in Liberty, little ditzy floral undercollar. Maybe some covered buttons in the same print. You could even use something like a suede or a mock suede for under the collar, or even the top collar. Mix and match.
I think that would be beautiful, yeah, to have a contrast. I like the little
collar.
details, so that Liberty underneath the collar, I think would be beautiful.
Yeah, really nice. Now finally, as Adam and I wax lyrical about style, you're adorable, we've got the grey. That's a gorgeous colour. Now this is the colour of boiled wool that I used for the jacket when I made it on Sewing Bee. And I added a little trim in cotton for that, which was really nice, like a shot cotton, which is lovely. This is a gorgeous kind of classic graphite grey, very smart, but also just looks lovely for sort of a bit cash as well. Dress it up, dress it down. Now a little bit of a breakdown on the fabric boiled wool, its composition. There you go, it's 100% boiled wool. The design is plain, but it's multi-tonal. It's got great colour to it. The width, 140 to 145 centimetres in width. That's 55 to 57 inches. Slightly heavier weight than our Italian sheeping. This is 380 GSM, and it's a knitted fabric, so it's got that little bit of stretch to it. Really helpful for fit. Now, primarily used for crafting things like berets, scarves, vests, cardigans, coats, jackets. The process actually makes the fabric, it kind of shrinks the fabric and results in a denser, sort of felted fabric. That's what makes it resist fraying. That's why you don't need to line it, you don't need to overlock the seams if you don't want to. You can even expose the seams on the outside. Gentle, cold to lukewarm bath, hand wash. And just treat it like you're washing knitwear, I would say. Don't agitate, don't wring. Just carefully rinse, roll it in a towel, and then dry it flat. But always test a piece before you begin. Now that's quite enough of all of that. We've got Adam James Brooks in the house. Hey.
It's so great to meet you, Stuart.
Oh, bless you. It's lovely to meet you. I've been super excited.
I know, I'm excited for today.
So you were season 7 of the Sewing Bee.
Yeah.
Which makes you my great-great-great-great-grandson. How did you find it?
I loved it. I wouldn't swap it for the world, Stuart. It's led on to some really great things. Had a great time there, and you know, I love coming onto Sewing Street. It's great to see you here as well.
Thank you. Well, I'm loving it. It's just such a wonderful community at Sewing Street.
Yeah.
We have this wonderful connection as well with all our sewers in the UK and beyond, of course, you know. And I love the fact here that we can ask questions, we can get questions straight here. You can answer them.
Exactly.
So if you've got any questions for Adam today that you'd like to ask, get them into the studio. Now's your chance. Now, Adam, I've got to ask, where do we start with the rye jacket?
Yeah, let's start with the rye jacket then. So, it's lovely and classic, like you've said. Absolutely beautiful, and as you say, Jane, Sussex seamstress, makes it lovely, nice and easy to follow, and her instructional videos are great. I use them anytime I make a pattern, and I'm quite experienced in doing this kind of thing. But it's lovely.
I was just going to say, Adam, you're an experienced dressmaker, but you still watch the videos.
Oh,
Why?
100%, because you never know what you're going to pick up. Somebody might just have a different way to do something, a different technique that it just makes things a little bit easier, and sometimes that'll sit well with you, other times it might not, but I'm always learning. So I've constructed the jacket, and it's beautiful because it's actually it hasn't got side seams. It's really nicely fitted and contoured. It's got a side panel. So you've got 2 backs with a centre seam down the back. You've got your 2 side panels, and then your 2 front pieces as well. All I'd say when you're constructing these parts is to make sure that you've put your notches in, 1 notch for the front, 2 notches for the back, clearly notated on the pattern. And make sure that you're matching the correct pieces in the right way, because this side panel can get a little bit confusing if you're not paying attention, because it looks almost the same.
Like
so
the left and the right?
Yes, so just make sure that you're getting those the right way. And there's a lovely diagram actually in the pattern that kind of, that's the lay plan. And then you've got this diagram, actually it might be at the back. I've printed mine off.
Yeah, that's quite a good thing to do, isn't it?
Yeah, just to make sure, but there's a lovely diagram in the instructions, here it is, that shows you that exact layout, which is really, really useful. There it is. So that's what I've constructed and prepped so far. From this stage, you would put some patch pockets on. Now, you could use the pockets or not. That could be up to you. You could put one on. You could decide what you want to do. I'm not going to put the patch pockets on today because I want to focus on the shoulders and putting the collar in with the facing as well.
Because actually, Adam, I think we could all agree that with that, especially with that layout diagram, cutting out and sewing those pieces together, that looks really straightforward and easy. But it's often things like putting on the collar, putting on the facing, that can make some of us tremble, especially if we're new to dressmaking.
And it's not scary. It's just about taking your time, reading your instructions, just read them again. You know, measure twice, cut once theory.
Absolutely.
And then you'll be well away. Now, these shoulder seams, I'm going to sew these together now. And you've got the shaping there in the shoulder, so there is a little bit of easing to do on that shoulder seam. With this knitted fabric, with that very slight stretch, it actually makes it quite easy and will make it quite easy to set the sleeves in as well. So yeah, always pin. And with these thicker fabrics...
Now, let me just check. Are you absolutely telling me that on the sewing bee you never didn't pin? Did you always pin everything?
I always pinned everything. I didn't always mark my notches.
No, quite.
And that's something that I've now got on to make sure I always try to do.
Yeah, you kind of end up paying that time back if you don't do it, don't you?
Yes, exactly.
Now, Mark, I know at home you've got a super duper... Sorry, Mark, listen to me. Adam. You've got a super duper Dukey sewing machine, haven't you, at home?
It's all singing, all dancing, and currently it's running steam off it, doing all of my alterations and repairs for Panto, which is why I've not got it with me today.
Gorgeous. But it's good to see that you're using, that's the 570, 560 from
560,
Elna.
yeah.
Sewing this fabric just as well as that super duper Elna. Now this is £579 for this great machine. Did you have to change anything, any of the settings to sew this fabric?
No, I've not changed a single setting at all, to be honest with you, this morning. This machine, okay, it's not as all singing and all dancing as my Dukey, but it does the job wonderfully.
Yeah.
And do you know what? Like, there's no fuss. I've not had to change any of the settings on it. The tension's at 4. I've not had to change the tension for it.
Great.
What I would suggest with these thicker fabrics, perhaps, is using a walking foot.
Yeah, that can be useful, can't it?
Yeah, just because it's thicker, and especially when you get to the collar, we'll be testing it in a moment.
We will.
It will just help make sure that you can get over all of that fabric and that it's staying aligned to where you've put it or pinned it. But as I say, I'm not using a walking foot on this so far, and this machine is just coping fine. So
sewing great, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's not pushing forward, it's
no.
not rippling.
No.
Now, I've got a little question for you, Adam,
Yeah.
from Sharon, who's in Nottinghamshire. Morning, just joined this morning's show. Could you tell me the sizes of the pattern? Oh, I can answer that. You can answer that, go on.
Yeah, so it's size 8 to 30, which I think is great. That's really inclusive. So a wide range of sizes. Just a little tip on the pattern. Jane's been really innovative in terms of how the sizes are done. So you've got from 8, 10, 12, and they're clearly marked on the pattern. There's places where it will go into size 8 and 10, for instance, size 10 and 12 on the collar area. They're the main lines. So just pay attention when you're cutting the pattern out.
Understood.
And again, you should always be paying attention anyway. So there we are. We've got those shoulder
I tend
seams.
to highlight. I use a highlighter pen and just highlight my size that I'm cutting out.
Absolutely.
Although I must admit, I do tend to trace off the size that I'm making.
Oh, you're very good.
Rather than cutting out the pattern, because often, the thing is, I tend to buy classic patterns like the Sussex seamstress rye jacket because I'll make them for all sorts of people, which means I need to make them in all sorts of sizes. But I'll only have to buy the pattern once.
Absolutely, that makes complete sense.
And tell me what you're doing here.
So we've got the collar part now, and we're going to talk about grading seams, which will be really helpful for this thicker fabric.
Yep.
So we've got one piece that's interfaced, and I've just used a light interfacing there, and then the other is not. And it's the under collar that is interfaced.
Now when you're interfacing a stretch fabric, any tips? Woven, non-woven?
Yeah, I'd just be careful that that fabric isn't stretching or distorting out of place. Keep it nice and flat. What I tend to do when I'm putting the interfacing on is use the iron and press it, rather than moving it around. If you iron like you would classically, or you're ironing your shirt or whatever, you're going to then stretch and distort that fabric. The job of the interfacing is to stabilize it, I suppose, in this case. So you want to stabilize it in the correct shape. So yeah, don't be moving it around. Just put a little bit of pressure, and if you need a pressing cloth as well, use that so that you're not burning the interfacing. Don't have your iron set too high. And different irons react differently to interfacing. I don't tend to use any steam when I'm interfacing. It depends, so just check the manufacturer's instructions, because some interfacings do like a little bit of steam. But I find that the steam's not really needed, and actually it adheres better without.
True enough, true enough. I think often we go in with the high heat and the steam blowing out, but actually fusibles on fabrics, things like in-our form, interfacings, we should use the minimum heat and the minimum time that's required, because actually the fusible is drawn to the heat source. So the longer and the higher the heat setting, you're drawing the adhesive out of the interfacing into the fabric. And if you do too much of that, all of the adhesive goes into the fabric and your interfacing will no longer bond. People often find that working with things like in-our form, you go in with really high heat, and before you know it, the interfacing doesn't stick anymore.
And that's it. And what I'd suggest as well is take a little bit of an offcut and a little bit of your interface and test it. Always test. Test your buttonholes, test your interfacing, do a little bit of a dummy run, so to speak. Because every fabric behaves differently. This is just sewing wonderfully on here for a thicker fabric. Don't let it put you off that it's got that little bit of stretch. It really isn't a huge amount.
No.
And like you say, Stuart,
useful too, though, isn't it?
Yeah, useful for fitting, drapes wonderfully, and it just feels gorgeous as well. And like we saw with the bag that you were showing there earlier, this is really in this kind of fabric.
It was perfect. And if you were making one of the smaller sizes, you'd have enough fabric left over to make a bag, wouldn't you? $23.99 for the Italian sheep fabric. Now, all of the bundles in that sheep fabric now are in single figures. It's fab. You're loving it. Just be careful. Check out your basket so that you get the one you want. Some lovely messages on Facebook, Adam.
Oh,
Margaret's message says, so good to see two veterans of the Great British Sewing Bee today in the same place. I know.
Well, you really are, because you were season 1, weren't you, Stuart? You were an original. Original.
I was thinking about it. Next year will mark the 10th anniversary of the filming.
Really?
10 years.
It doesn't feel like
Filmed
that.
it in 2012.
I bet it doesn't feel like that to you, does it?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. It's amazing, really. And Margaret says, love Adam. He's such a sweetie, isn't he? He's adorable. Adorable. Claire says, how wonderful. A bee convention.
Yay!
Yeah.
We just need Mark Francis here.
We do. Do you know, we've never done that. It's bizarre. I know we did Sewing Bee Live a few years ago. Did you ever come to that?
No, I didn't. I was on a ship. But I would have loved to have come.
It's a good excuse for not being there. It was fun. But even there, we didn't do a kind of, you know, they do at Comic-Con where they get like people together on stage and have like a Q&A. That would be so much fun because we've all had the same but different experiences.
I was at the Knitting and Stitching show not so long ago, and with a couple of different bees from different seasons. Actually, it was Jen and Mercedes that I met up with. First time I'd met them, and we spontaneously did that, a Q&A. And it was just fantastic to share experiences and talk about things, because people are interested as well.
Now, I'm going to ask a question everyone else is going to ask. Well, no, everyone asks, what's Patrick Grant like? But we won't talk about that, because I want to know, what's the funniest thing that happened while you were filming your series?
Oh gosh, okay, so the funniest thing that happened, to be honest, it's gonna be
stories you can't tell, aren't there?
There are. But I will tell this one. I had a nightmare with the child's raincoat, as we all know, and it's very difficult because, when again, talking about fabrics behaving differently, until you've got that fabric and you're using it. And I didn't have it till the day. It was a bit of a nightmare, but Joe was so supportive, and I was having a little bit of a trouble with the tool, you know, to put the plastic press poppers in. Yeah. And I was playing around with this, and Joe says, "Come on, let me give you a hand. You need a bit more might." And he went for it. And the head of the tool, which is a solid metal piece, detached from the tool and was stuck in the coat. Oh, no. We couldn't get it out. And in fact, if anybody watches it back, it was in there when it was being modelled. It was just a bit of a drastic day, but I had to see the funny side. Because if you don't laugh, you'll cry.
You're not kidding.
It looked like a bullet in the coat.
Yeah. Which isn't a great look on a child's raincoat.
No, not really. It's not what I was going for. But there you go.
Now tell us what you're doing here, Adam.
So I'm grading down the seam allowance. Now this is what is really going to help with that bulk. So I'm trimming away. We've sewn at 1 centimetre seam allowance all the way through. So what I'm doing now is I'm trimming down to 0.5 centimetre or 5 millimetres.
Is that both seam allowances or just one?
Just the one, because what I'm going to do
is it's the one on the lining side.
That's
the
one on, yes. Because what I'm going to do once I've done this part is I'm going to edge stitch or understitch so that the collar sits nicely.
Now, Adam, we'll get you to explain what that is. I want to point out, when I did the very first programme, the very first challenge on the Sewing Bee Season 1, first thing we had to do was make an A-line skirt, and around the top of the skirt, the waistband, the instructions said understitch. And I, as not a dressmaker at the time, hadn't got a clue what understitching was. So I just thought, well, I'll top stitch it instead. It's not the same thing at all, different function, very different effect. Adam's going to show us what understitching is and why do you do it?
Yeah, it's one of the most important things I took away from Sewing Bee, to be honest with you. Beforehand, an amateur dressmaker is all I was. I'd done a bit of sewing for enjoyment and everything else. I'm so glad now the way things are going, and I've learned tons. But I was the same as you. When I saw those words understitch, I was like, gosh, what does that mean? Okay, and I'd done it a couple of times before, but I had to kind of refresh my memory. Yes, they are very different things. So if I was to top stitch this, I've just trimmed the corners, by the way, there, again, reducing bulk. If I was to top stitch this, which you could do, then what you would do is turn it the right side out like that, and then you just run both pieces of the fabric underneath the machine at the same distance, and give it a nice top stitch along.
So it would be visible from the outside,
Yeah.
from the sort of top of the collar, you would see that stitching.
Exactly.
And that's kind of decorative and it controls the edge.
That's it, exactly. Decorative controls the edge. I'd never back stitch on top stitching because you want it to look nice. So I'd tie off your ends. Understitching serves as a really useful function, and what understitching does is keeps the lining fabric to the correct side and makes everything sit as it should do, which is what we're going to do now.
But it's invisible from the top side.
It's invisible from the top side. So what I'm going to do, you see all of this seam allowance here now. I've trimmed down the lining. I've kept the top collar there as it should be, and I'm going to pull this seam allowance towards that interface piece, towards the lining side. We're going to be stitching onto top of that from the right side.
Gotcha.
So what we're going to do, and I'm just going to do it on the back piece. You won't be able to get all of it, but the most you can get, the more you can get, the better. So I've just put it under the machine like that. Now at this point, I just want to make sure that the seam allowance is lying flat. So I just get my finger and run it underneath. And now I'm going to be stitching. I'm going to put my foot down there. I'm putting my foot down, Stuart.
Aren't you? Goodness me. It hasn't taken him long, has it, eh? Start putting his foot down.
Okay, and what I'm going to do is I'm feeding this fabric through, is just with my hands underneath, making sure that that seam allowance is sitting towards my right hand side the way I've got it, towards the interfaced piece, because we're sewing on that.
Yep.
We're just going to sew right along as close to that seam that we've created as possible. Just lengthen my stitch slightly as well, like you would with a top stitch. I just prefer to do that because although it's not visible, it's going to be on the underneath, it's still part of the garment. So right, here we go. So I'm right on the edge there. Because it's underneath, you can do a few back stitches to secure it there. And all I'm doing is just making sure that that is lying flat. The seam allowance is towards the lining side.
So you're just very slightly to one side of the seam, towards the underside of the collar, aren't you there?
Yeah. And constantly just doing that, doing it in little sections, making sure that it's laying that way. And
what I found transformative about learning how to do this, Adam, and if you've never done it at home, try it, is the effect it has then. When you fold the collar back, how flat it lies, how neat the collar is, but there's no visible stitching on the outer edge because the only stitching you've done is on the underside of the collar. It really does have a great effect. You see, when I did the top stitching around the waistband of the skirt, you know, I'm afraid it just did not look very good at all. It wasn't supposed to have a line of stitching. The others looked much neater, smarter, more professional, and they lay flatter than mine.
This, it's all a learning curve, isn't it?
It is.
It does give that professional finish. I think you've hit the nail on the head there. It makes everything sit much nicer, and you'll do this on things like pockets, on facings, linings, so it sits. If you ever do like an inseam pocket, you'll do it there. It's a fundamental technique really in dressmaking to get that required finish, that professional finish. All I do as well, just as I'm putting it through the machine, is just very slightly encourage the seam apart so that I'm not bunching up any of the fabric. So I've come to the end there.
So you can't really get round the sides of the collar, can you? You're only going to go across the back.
Yeah, just across the back there. And we will use this technique in the facings as well. That's it. Okay. And you'll see what this does now with the back. Without any pressing now at all, we'll just encourage it underneath. It's encouraging all the fabric now. You see how it's lifting up slightly from there? It's because it's encouraging the fabric to the underneath.
Yeah.
And with a nice, you know, a nice cool line and a press, that just sits wonderfully now, and that'll be the underside.
Yeah.
So it just gives that finesse.
Yeah. Yeah. Lovely,
which is what you want.
You could do the two sides of the collar in different fabrics, couldn't you, if you wanted?
Yeah. And again, when you're doing that kind of thing, that's where the understitching is important. Because if we're adding that undercollar as a detail, it's something that the wearer knows it's there. And when you get a little flash of it, it's nice, but really it needs to be encouraged underneath and sit underneath. I don't want it visible.
Right.
When it's there. I mean, different designers do different things, and you might do, you know, every rule can be broken if you know why you're breaking it.
Yeah. Nice tip, I like that.
Yes.
But also as well, if you've ever been in a position where your lining keeps creeping to the front, and you don't want it to be visible, try understitching it. It makes a real difference. Nice message from Christine. Hi, gorgeous guys. Stuart Hillard and Adam James Brooks. That's full title. Loving the demo, and the fabric looks so soft and doesn't seem to create lots of fluff. Does it? It's not a It's not a linty fabric.
It's not a linty fabric. It doesn't fray. I've not overlocked the inside of this. Now you could do, and if you want that nice finish, you should do, or zigzag it. But you can see without doing that, it's very neat. I've not even pressed that, and just with a quick finger press, it's sitting where it should. It doesn't, for being a knitted fabric, it doesn't curl a lot either, which is, you know, nice. It's laying flat. So
the other thing I've done, Adam, which creates a really nice finish, is extra stitching, and it's sort of, you know, is to sew down the sides of the seam. So press the seams open and then sew down the seam allowance, both sides, and then you get that double line of stitching around each seam. It looks really smart. It controls the seam allowance, but again, you're not having to zigzag or overlock, but it just holds the seam allowances flat.
Exactly. And do you know what? That will almost give you a faux flat felled seam.
Yes. Yes.
Which is lovely. And you know, if you were working, perhaps I wouldn't do it so much on this. You could try it.
Because it's so textured.
Because it's so textured, you don't want to take away from it. But if you're doing a cotton or a denim or a canvas or whatever it might be, that would just look stunning.
It would look lovely, wouldn't it? And on a denim, you could even use kind of like the orange or gold thread, top stitching thread. Maybe something like a 30 weight thread in your bobbin would look super. Now, we've just got about 10 minutes left on the show because we're going slightly over the hour. To just give you a bit more time. Now, there's only one of the grey bundles left that Adam's working with. 3 of the navy left. 9 of the wine. It was good to know there's more of the wine available, Adam.
Oh, there should always be wine available.
Always more of the wine available.
But not in this case, because that's a gorgeous colour.
It's amazing,
Snap
isn't
it up now, because that's a great price as well.
Yeah. It's just terrific. Please make sure you're checking out your baskets to make sure that you get the bundle that you want. What are you making with it? Are you doing the rye jacket? We've got a message from Bernadette, who's in West Yorkshire. Hi, Stuart and Adam. Great instructions as always. Both have fun and enjoy sewing and teaching. Great, Adam. Cuts and chats instructions. Lovely jacket. Yes, you're great. You can do that thing, Adam. You can sew and talk at the same time.
Oh, I don't know. I do like to talk, but I think the thing is, it's important to explain things
Absolutely.
as you go in, because I know when I was starting out and making garments, the thing is, you want that finished garment, you get excited, and it's lovely to get excited, but you miss out the important details through the excitement. And they were the things really that give that pro finish that really you need to pay attention to. Matching and cutting or marking your notches, making sure that you sew a dart correctly, understitching. They're all the bits that you want to ignore because you kind of think, oh, well, you know, that can't really mean much. I just want to get the seams together. I want to see a jacket.
Exactly.
But it's that, the other thing I'd say is pressing as you go along, so important.
It is important. Now, this fabric, I want to answer the question from Sandy in Derbyshire, and it relates to your pressing question as well. The Italian sheep fabric is 100% polyester, okay? Now, in terms of washing, you want a cool wash, so 30 degree wash on a gentle cycle, don't bleach, tumble dry on low. In terms of the pressing, Adam,
with this, it's not going to hold a crease.
No.
Because of the nature of the fabric, because it is knitted. You know, you could press it with a cool iron. Because you want to press those seams flat. But as I said to you, I've not pressed any of that. And actually, it's sitting relatively
Yeah.
flat anyway.
Yeah. So just a cool spot, single spot iron.
Yeah, that would be perfect for this, and then it'd just make it sit nice and flush. And if you've overlocked it as well, I would imagine that would give it a little bit more substance, so when you're pressing, it's going to sit a little bit flatter as well.
Absolutely. Now you're adding the collar there, so both raw edges together against the neckline?
That's exactly it. Now what I'm just doing as I'm going under is making sure that all those seams that should be flat are lying flat when I'm putting it through the machine.
Still opened up.
Still opened up. And
now we're giving you a bit of extra time here, Adam, but as Claire points out, I bet you wish you'd been given an extra 10 minutes on the sewing bee.
Oh gosh, yes.
Were there moments when you could have done with an extra 10 minutes?
There were times where they cut us down, so they,
No,
there
we
were
had
times
less
where,
than you should have.
we were told like 3.5 hours we would have, and then everybody was doing so well that we were told like, actually we're going to cut the last half hour, so you've now only got 20 minutes left.
No way.
And suddenly everybody goes, well, I thought I had all this time and now I've not. Because I think the secret, and you'll know this, is it's like taking your time. It's a compromise between taking your time to sew it perfectly, but also managing your time well to get far enough to complete.
Yeah, you've got to get it finished, haven't you?
Yeah, and I think that's the danger zone really is you've got to get it finished, which is a challenge. I never thought in a million years I'd be able to get things finished, and there were certain.
It's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's the thing that people always say to me. I think the most universal comment is, I couldn't possibly make a garment in 3 hours or 4 hours, that kind of thing. And the thing is, at home, we encourage you to take as much time as you need. You know, watch the YouTube video, have a think, make yourself a cuppa, walk away. I mean, that's one of the things you don't get the opportunity to do on Sewing Bee, but it's so important in real life.
Yeah.
Walking away from your project when you need a break and come back with fresh eyes.
100%. I couldn't agree more with you there, and it just allows you just to come back with fresh eyes and reassess what you're doing as well.
Sometimes you get a mental block about things as well, don't you? I had a situation the other week where I was doing the simplest thing on air on Sewing Street, and I just had a mental block. But we don't have the luxury of saying, oh, I just need to go in and have a cup of tea.
That's it. No, you don't.
So you're adding the facing now, Adam.
Yes. Now, you could put the collar and facing on in one pass.
Right.
I wouldn't do it with this fabric.
Right.
It's too thick.
Yeah.
You don't want things moving. So what I've done basically is based that collar in at the moment. That's going nowhere now, and it's sitting exactly where it needs to be.
So you used less than the 1 centimetre seam allowance to
just
do that?
Yeah, just shy. You know, if you sew about 0.5,
Okay.
you know then that you're going to be within the seam allowance. That's what you want.
Awesome.
So then what you would do.
So you've joined your facing. That comes in 3 parts?
Yes, I've already joined the facing, so it is in 3 pieces. You're absolutely right. Interfaced as well. And then what you would do is overlock all around that outside edge, all the way around there. And again, that will just finish it off nicely. If you haven't got an overlocker, I knew you were going to ask me. You could see it in your eyes.
The eyebrows had gone up. I don't have Botox.
Then zigzag or over edge, or you could even pink this. To be fair, with this type of fabric, like I've said, it doesn't fray, so it wouldn't be the end of the world, which is why it's great on both accounts. The pattern is really lovely to follow. The fabric is nice to use. So it's very much accessible for anybody. So, if you're thinking about getting into dressmaking, go for it. Wonderful. So here we are.
A little message from our lovely Becky Alexander Frost.
Oh, Becky.
Who said, walking away and grabbing a chocolate helps gain fresh eyes. Becky, is it the walking away or is it the chocolate? Which is it? Or is it a combination of the two? Sometimes you do just need to walk away though, don't you? And it's the best thing for you to do.
100%.
Do you know, you mentioned the over edge foot. The over edge foot, sometimes often you have to buy it as an extra, but is one of my favourite feet that I've got for my sewing machine.
Yeah.
And it just has like a little pin. If you've ever tried zigzagging over fabric to finish the edges, so often, especially on lighter fabrics, it tends to curl and distort the fabric as you're zigzagging. But the over edge foot has a little pin that holds the edge of the fabric flat while you do your zigzag or your over edge stitch over it, and it creates a really nice finish. So if you haven't got an overlocker but your machine does have the overlock stitches, they all tend to, have a look and see if you can get an over edge foot for your machine.
Yeah, I think it's one of those functions on most machines that's quite often overlooked.
Yes.
I'm going to say over-edged then, overlooked.
I'll do the gags. I don't know.
But, you know, it is really, really useful.
Yeah.
And, you know, most machines these days will have that functionality. And if not, I mean, as I say, I'm doing Panto at the moment and I haven't taken my overlocker over there.
So are you in the Panto on stage or are you doing costumes?
I'm wardrobe managing it, so I'm doing loads of repairs and things like that. In fact, here's a funny story for you. One of the lead characters, it's actually the comic, could split his trousers in the last performance.
Oh no, he didn't.
Oh yes, he did.
Oh, you get it all here, folks.
And we're here all morning, aren't we?
Try the veal.
And yeah, so it was a huge gaping hole. Like, luckily, right near the seam, I've managed to repair it, but I don't know how long it's going to last up for. But what I was going to say was, I haven't got my overlocker, so in doing that repair, and it's for stage, don't forget. So you know, I'm not doing it as a couture piece. It's just a quick repair. But I've used the zigzag.
Yeah.
You know, and on a shorter stitch but wide enough to go over, and do you know what, it's held them up perfectly. And you look inside and it looks finished.
Looks good enough. Yeah, absolutely. Sometimes you have to do these things. I was doing live show once, TV show once, and the host I was with bent down to get something from under the counter. I was actually on a different set. I wasn't live with him at the time. I was on another set getting ready. And he bent down to get something from under the counter and he split his suit trousers.
Oh no.
And I'm not kidding, it was a massive L-shaped tear right across the back of the trousers. And he came over to me. They went to a little break and he came over to me and he said to me, "Is there anything you can sew? Is there anything you can do with my trousers?" And I said to him, "I could make them into a cushion for you." Because that was literally all that was left.
You could do.
Yeah, yeah.
Right, I'm just going to quickly get this into the machine now. So this is the attaching the facing.
Just got to mention, so many of the Italian sheep fabric bundles now have sold out. We've lost the grey, we've lost the navy. We have still got the wine, we've got the camel and the cream. Okay, so we've still got those. That would make the most amazing Christmassy throw, wintry throw. Yeah. Imagine that draped over a bed or a table. $23.99 for 2.5 meters. It's a massive piece of fabric. Don't wait till the end of the hour to check out, will you? Already some of you have missed out. Now we do have 2 other coat patterns on the show today that I just want to share with you very quickly. One of them, we keep mentioning coatigans, don't we, Adam?
Oh yeah.
We have a pattern from Sew Girl. It's the Ursula coatigan. Comes in sizes 8 to 20 and is available in 2 lengths, a short jacket or a long coat. You can see there the short. Now, 22nd of October 2020, it was demonstrated. You can watch that back on YouTube, probably from Fiona, from Sew Girl herself. That's lovely. And then the other coat pattern that we've got is called the Lottie Duster coat. I love a duster, also from Sew Girl.
A feather duster.
Now, November 2020, the date was the 26th. Now, if you buy either of these coat patterns, go to sewgirlblog.com, and what you'll find there on the blog, you'll find a blog written by Fiona. There you go, there's the Lottie coat, there's Fiona wearing it, so chic. Looks beautiful in denim. Great, that's the long version. That's super, isn't it? Really like that with the stripe. Tips, tricks, all the information that you need to. And look, even that little reference for Sewing Street when you can watch. Some great tips there as well. Some great instructional pictures as well, just to help you nice and clear. So if you need a little bit of demystification on any of the steps in the pattern, that's the thing to do. sewgirlblog.com. Now each pattern $17.99. The Lottie Duster Coat goes sizes small to XL. The Ursula Coatigan is sizes 8 to 20. Both great patterns. Got about 3 minutes left, Adam.
Well, I'm just...
Sewers, you have 3 minutes left. Does that make you feel a little bit sick?
Don't you dare film me
Feel a
with
little
fear.
bit sick. Sorry. Couldn't resist.
That is the worst thing, isn't it? And then you start compromising on like how perfect you're sewing something. You start off all good intentions.
Makes you panic. Oh, for the first
you
hour,
do.
everyone's drifting around, sipping tea and looking back at their cutting, aren't they? And then the last 3 minutes are frantic.
And that's what takes the time, the cutting out. And that's perhaps the most important bit. You need to cut things out accurately to do a good job.
You do, you do. Any tips for cutting out fabrics with stretch, like the boiled wool or the Italian sheep fabric?
Yeah, to be honest, I cut 2 layers at a time. I'm using a rotary cutter. For me, I find that being on top, I feel like I'm right on the cutting line. It's different for everybody else, and I know some people prefer scissors or shears. But what I would say is, again, with stretch fabrics, cut them singularly. So where you've got to cut 2 pieces, cut 1 at a time. Just make sure that you flip the pattern piece over so you've got a pair if it's a printed fabric, etc. So here we go. I've put the lining in here now, and I have to be honest, I was a little bit nervous about doing this on this machine, and I had no reason to be at all. It's gone through 3 layers plus the interfacing there.
Perfect.
So you've got the collar, the main piece, and then actually is that 4 pieces? That's perhaps 4 pieces, isn't it? That would be overlocked, and then all you do now is understitch all under here so that it sits nicely.
We know what that means now.
We know what it means.
Details on the screen for the Elna, by the way, that Adam's been using. The Elna E560 sewing machine's been working beautifully with the Italian sheep fabric, 4 layers and interfacing. Went through like a knife through a hot knife through butter. Imagine a knife going through hot butter. That would just be stirring. Thank you so much, Adam.
Oh, no,
it's been a
pleasure.
treat. I can't wait for the next hour.
Oh, we're going to have fun.
Don't go anywhere. Treat yourself to a mince pie.
Have
Don't eat them all. We've got mince pies, we've got
Oh.
chocolate chip cookies. We have it all here on Sewing
Fabulous.
Street. We have the very best guests. You've been a darling.
You've been absolutely sensational.
Mwah. You sledgend. Now, let's just have a quick look at the bag that Adam's going to be doing in the next hour. Isn't this gorgeous? I love it. Lovely simple tote in a vintage style. It's going to go beautifully with the Tim Holtz fabrics that I'm about to launch with you in the next hour. So grab yourself a mince pie and a cuppa, and I will see you in a mo.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33. Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
everyone. I just wanted to wish you all a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Happy 2022. Where's this year gone? Who knew it would go so fast? But I'm just looking forward to spending some time with you over the Christmas period. And what did you get for Christmas? Fabric? Wool? Why not? Well, I hope whatever you got you enjoy, and I can't wait to spend the new year bringing you lots of patterns and kits and continuing our sewing journey together. Bye for now.
Hello, it's Fiona from Sew Girl here. I just want to wish all the viewers and everybody at Sewing Street a very happy Christmas, and I look forward to seeing you all in the new year. So I hope you have a very merry, fun time with your friends and family, and see you next year. Bye bye.
In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. every day on Freeview 72 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in on our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 p.m. every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on, so you never have to spend a minute without us.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters, so you'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. I'm Stuart Hillard. It's wonderful to have your company today. We're having an amazing morning here, actually. We've just had a wonderful hour with the fantastic Adam James Brooks. Love him. He's going to be back at 11. We did go slightly over because we wanted to keep all his lovely demos and keep that going, but we've got a rather packed hour, so I'm going to crack straight on. It's a brand new launch today of one of my favourite fabric designers. He has become one of my favourite fabric designers because his fabrics are just so versatile, so different, and so usable. I'm in love with this new range. I'm going to put it out there. I'm really biased, and I'm not embarrassed to say it. I love it. It's called Worn Croc, and it's a brand new range. We have got the whole collection here on Sewing Street today. It is brand new. It's called Worn Croc, and it's from Tim Holtz. Now, Tim Holtz is the most incredible designer. He has become an incredible fabric designer, but he's been around forever in the world of paper crafting. He's massive in the US, massive globally actually. Integral part in the development and design of cutting-edge crafting products, reflecting his unique vintage style and inspiration. He was really the person that introduced us to kind of distressed and vintage looks in a world where the moments of our lives can be captured and created in art of the everyday. It's important it reflects our unique personality. Remember, life isn't about finding yourself. Life is about creating yourself. Tim, I love it. I love it. He's brilliant. He's so inspirational. And for about the last 10 years or so, Tim's been doing fabrics with free spirit. This is his latest collection. It's called Worn Croc. Now, you'd be forgiven when you first see this fabric for thinking that it was a textured mock croc, maybe PU or pleather, because such is the amazing definition and design in this print. This is quilt weight cotton fabric. This is exactly the same fabric that you would get on any of his eclectic elements fabrics. It's the same kind of fabric that's used in your Moda, your Tilda, your Riley Blake. It is quilt weight cotton, and yet look at that effect, that mock crop effect. It's got this most wonderful kind of aged, worn, distressed leather look. I love the fact that it is so richly coloured, richly textured. For bag making, this is amazing, isn't it? I mean, absolutely incredible. Little something about this collection. Worn croc is ideal for adding a textural touch to the background of a quilt, or stepping in as a near solid, offering a truly interesting point of relief. These richly coloured fabrics with a reptilian aura create a masculine feel amongst Tim's vintage stylings. Unique enough to be used on their own, or the perfect complement to his other designs. Couldn't agree more. They just have the most fantastic, rich texture, and I'm totally with Tim on the concept of having masculine style fabrics, because, you know, I love florals. I love those delicate prints, but I also really appreciate fabrics that have a stronger, more masculine look to them, more gender neutral look to them, particularly for things like bag making, but also, yeah, what a great addition to your quilt fabric stash. Would work so well in a quilt. We've got a few pictures of quilts, which I'll show you in a little while. These are really inspirational, but let's just look at the whole bundle itself and what you're getting. Now you're getting 4 meters of fabric in total. There are 8 fabrics in the collection. You're getting ½ meter of each. Because why choose? My goodness me. So this works out at £7.49 per ½ meter. Now £7.69 for the ½ meter if you buy individually, but £7.49 if you buy in the bundle. 20% of the stock has already gone, and there is loads of these. There are loads of these in baskets. I would strongly recommend you check out. I have done a few Tim Holtz launches now on Sewing Street. His fabrics fly. If you loved the quilt that I made using his Alchemy, thank you, I always want to call it Elixir, Alchemy range, these fabrics would work beautifully. The pattern's available as a free download on my website if you want that, or to remind yourself what it looks like. But these fabrics are great. I love the fact that we've got some really good neutrals. Let me just rearrange slightly and just show you those 4 neutrals to start with. So these 4 together for me are absolutely perfect. I mean, if you wanted to create a quilt, here's a palette that works straight away, absolutely beautifully. I just want to very quickly show you, I did a little bag using 2 of those, just a really simple zippy pouch. Doesn't it come to life? You wouldn't think it was quilt weight cotton. Here's the flap. I've just put a little folded strip in there, zip on the top. It's as simple as that. But the sophistication, the beauty of this comes from the worn croc fabric. You would not believe, would you, that that is quilt weight cotton. It doesn't look like it. It feels like it, of course. But a quarter of the stock has now gone. Just to insert that flap, by the way, just to show you, all I did was the back piece, rather than being one whole piece, has a seam here. So you insert the flap, the finished flap, into that seam before you make the bag up. Yeah, just like that. And I've just put a separate strip on the bottom in a contrast colour. It just brings the whole thing together. I love the look of this fabric. Isn't it gorgeous? Now you're getting every colour in the collection. Here I've sort of siphoned off the neutrals, but in addition to these 4, you're also getting these other 4 colours. Jewel tones, I think. I mean, this kind of, what is the actual colour of this one called? WJ97. Bayou. This is the Bayou colour range. So this is absolutely beautiful. It's gorgeous. It's like a neutral almost, but it's a green, but it's got that kind of look to it. So multi-tonal. It's brilliant stuff. Oh, he's a clever boy. Mark in West Yorkshire says, finally, some fabric I can do more blokish designs with. Will look great as a new darts wallet. Totally agree with you. What a great idea, Mark. It's great to have gender neutral fabrics. Or as you say, more kind of blokish fabrics that you can use for projects for men. But having said that, these would also make the most gorgeous handbags, purses, and accessories. They would make great scarves too, and worn accessories. You could make, actually, here's a thought, Adam James Brooks, Baker Boy, in mock croc. Hello, that would look amazing. I love this berry colour, wild berry, that is so rich. Most popular on pre-order, really smart that. This blue is divine. I'm just going to open out the fabric a little bit just so you get a feel. This is called Moonlit, and it does have a glowy look to it, doesn't it? The shading on this is perfection. It's absolute perfection, isn't it? Let's hear from the great man himself. I'm not talking John Scott here. I'm talking Tim Holtz himself. I've been a maker most of my life. I enjoy the process of crafting things by hand and the development of innovative products to create with. My love for eclectic vintage has inspired a career designing for various companies in the industry, including Eclectic Elements for Free Spirit. This is your creative journey, so get out there and explore the artful adventure. What you'll discover is wonderful. What you'll discover will be yourself. He's such an inspiration, isn't he? And what a designer. He always seems to deliver something that I didn't know I needed or wanted, but as soon as I see it, I want it. I instantly know what I want to do with it. I love this blackish brown. It could absolutely read as a black or a charcoal, but actually when you put it next to the browns, I think it reads as a really deep brown. It's called Nightfall, so it is a black really, but it's fabulous, isn't it? Quilt weight cotton though, not a PU, not a pleather, it's quilt weight cotton. It doesn't have any kind of finish on, it's not shiny or anything like that. Any kind of glowiness to it or shine to it that you're picking up on when you're looking at this is from the shading. It is so expertly done. It's incredible. The printing is amazing. The design is so clever. It's really going to come to life in any project. Now, I've got to tell you, if every one of you checks out, that's half of the stock gone. Just saying. Be really careful. I love as well too that this is a small, tight collection. So 4 meters, half a meter of each. You've got everything in this new collection from Tim. Now this is going to work so beautifully if you've got any of Tim Holtz's previous collections. It's going to work with his Christmas fabrics. It's going to work with the monochrome collection. It's also going to work brilliantly. We've got a gorgeous bundle actually of fat quarters on the show. I'll show you in a sec. I bought it last time it was on air. It is divine. This would work well with that. But also, Tim's fabrics would work beautifully with many other fabrics in your collection, in your stash, because this is 100% quilt weight cotton. This is the same kind of fabric as your Moda or Riley Blake, any of the other Free Spirit, your Tula Pink. If you need a neutral, why not something really special? Look at these 2 great quilts, really simple, made with strips and squares. Okay, both using worn croc from Tim Holtz. How effective, how gender neutral or masculine those quilts are. If you want to make a quilt for a guy, or you want to make a quilt for somebody that doesn't like florals, and I don't just mean flowery colours, but when you look at the fabrics themselves, they are not floral, they are not feminine, if you like, style. This is perfect. And again, with that lovely palette, I mean, just great. Congratulations to everyone who bought that mega bundle. You're paying $7.49 for a half metre at that price. It's $59.99. You're getting the whole collection, 8 different fabrics, half a metre of each. Certainly, if there's something you want more of, we can do that too, because we've got each and every one of these fabrics available individually. Now, we should probably start with the most popular, because this is the one that's most in danger. Over half of the stock has already gone, so I'll be quick about it. We've 9 meters left, so it's not a lot. This is the wild berry, okay? This is a lovely kind of combination of maroon, burgundy, merlot, but also with these softer shades in the background that give the definition, that give the glow to this fabric. I'm thinking actually that some fashion accessories made in this would be beautiful. So I'm thinking maybe contrast cuffs on some gloves. You could make fleece gloves with a cuff, a makeup roll, that would be gorgeous. The lining or the outer of a baker boy hat would be beautiful. An infinity scarf would look so lovely. And actually you could team this with something like the Italian sheep fabric that we had in the last, lining and outer for a reversible infinity scarf. This would work really well with the sangria boiled wool. That would look beautiful. What about mixing this with something like Osnaburg for a more vintage look? What about mixing this with hand dyes? Really lovely, isn't it? This is the wild berry colourway. It's 100% cotton, 112 wide, so it's that standard width of quart weight cotton. Exactly the same sort of fabric, even though you see this kind of glowy effect. There's no finish on the outside. It's not shiny, it's not sort of plasticized or anything like that. It's regular quart weight cotton. So it's going to work perfectly with any of your other fabrics. Now, our next most popular, this is very beautiful. This is 8.7, yeah. This is called Everglades. The race is starting to hot up. It's like Formula One here. Now, these colours feature a lot in his collections. This, I think, is an amazing colourway. You really see the drama, don't you, in the variations in tone. I'm just very quickly going to grab in a fat quarter bundle. I just want to show. This is from previous Eclectic Elements. You see how this fits in, and also how amazing that looks with that kind of rusty tones. Details on the right hand side of the screen for that bold fat quarter pack of 20 fat quarters. That is a perfect match, isn't it? But because you've got the difference in the print and the scale, would still work absolutely brilliantly together. So this is Everglades. That would look amazing for a bag, wouldn't it? You could mix that with some PU on the bottom, the handles, use this to make the body of the bag. That would look awesome. Black PU, really make the colour pop. That would be beautiful. That would work. You could also use it for a wallet. That would look really smart. So it has the look of a leather, but it's actually really soft, easy to sew with, like any other. Now, Pebble, perfect neutral. I think this would suit so many different makes. I'm instantly drawn to the idea of making a bag with it. I did. Okay, so the main body of my bag, this is just a zippy pouch, basically, with a contrast base and a strip across the top. I used a half metre of each. I've got leftovers, obviously. I've made the flap in a different colour. We'll talk about that in a second. And just split the back into 2 pieces. This is about 1.5 inches at the top, so that I could insert the finished flap. So the flap I made in its entirety, inserted that into the seam, sewed it, and then fused the whole panel onto in our form, okay, to give it some structure. The closure on the front is just about a 3-inch wide strip of fabric that's been folded outsides into the middle, over again and top stitched. I've stitched that over the front of the bag, and then it just gives something for that flap to tuck inside. So no metalware required, and you've got that finished bag. Looks really smart. I made this between 2 shows, so it took an hour. Easy. If you want more ideas for bag making, of course, we've got my book, Bags for Life, signed copies on the website. It's available right now. Boom, boom. There it is. But Tim's Worn Croc range is just perfect for bag making, but also great as a background or a neutral to work into quilt making. So yeah, actually my very first book, So Fabulous, which was kind of making things for your home, I did a whole chapter, the dining room, using neutrals from Tim Holtz. So I did things like drop seat covers, you know, dining set, the drop seats, recovering those, placemats, table runners, napkins, all that kind of stuff. So a lovely neutral table setting and dining room setting. Looked really cool. It was kind of effortless because Tim's fabrics do the talking. These, although they're a low-key print, they're very stylish. Now the next one we're going to look at is Moonlit. We had a quick look at this earlier on. It's this incredible blue. It's been so popular on pre-order. Now remember, all of these fabrics are available cut for you by the ½ meter. Okay, you can get a bundle, of course, if you want all 8. That's the most value. You're getting £59.99, 8 ½ meters. You're paying less than £7.50 a metre that way, £7.49 for a ½ metre, sorry. But available cut by the ½ metre. So if you need 1.5 meters, maybe you want to make something like a dress or a shirt. Oh, that would be beautiful. Elliot, our director today, wants this made into a shirt, talking about maybe 3 meters for a shirt. 3 or 4. Depends on the style of shirt, the level of coverage required. Now, question from Karen. Karen's got some dark brown PU and wondering what colour would look good with that. Well, all sorts I think would work well with chocolate brown. You could go wildberry, would look really good with chocolate brown. I think that pebble would look good if you want to go for a more neutral, goes with anything kind of bag. I'd probably avoid the brown or well, maybe the gold, but it depends on the shade of brown really. But I would say probably wildberry or pebble. You can, blue mixes well, excuse me, with brown too. So maybe the Moonlit. But easy mix would be pebble or wildberry, I would say. Excuse me, got a little tickle. Yes, now this is a beautiful, this was the other one I picked for my quick and easy bag. Yeah, this is called Hickory. This is called Hickory, and this is a really gorgeous, rich brown. Kind of a bark, tobacco-y. It's really delish. Love that. Love that. And just to show you how that works in my bag that I made, I've used about a 4.5 inch strip for the bottom. I've boxed the corners at 2.5 inches for a nice wide base. And then I also used it for the flap. And just to keep everything nice and consistent, I lined it with that same hickory colour. Looks really smart with the pebble. This is ½ meter for £7.69. Remember, if you want multiples of that, just order 2 or 3 units. You'll get 1 meter, 1.5 meters, whatever you need. Now, this would look terrific used to create a runner. I think a table runner. Actually, you don't even have to do anything at all really much with this. I think if that was layered up with some backing, And even just understitch around the underside, don't even quilt it. You could just have that as a fabric runner, would look so smart on a table. I'm just imagining the kind of white dinner plates at either end, some candles, really smart. Love that, love that. That would also make a beautiful lining for a jacket. If you wanted to line a, maybe like a tweed or a leather jacket, or boiled wool maybe, that would make a gorgeous lining for it, something a little bit different. So that's hickory. Now let's do Everglade while we're here. We've done Everglade, sorry, Bayou, I beg your pardon, Bayou. This is that beautiful sort of deep green. It is so smart, and again beautiful accessories that you could make with this. Gorgeous bags. A backpack would be amazing. That would be amazing. You see, now when our director Elliot is getting excited about fabrics, and for me that's a good litmus test for you know, a fabric that's different. And really does work very well for projects for men, as well, of course, as projects for women. But you know, it is rarer to find a fabric that is easy to use for making projects for the guys. Wallets, backpacks. This would be great, actually. What about pannier bags for a bicycle? Yeah, storage bags. Lisa Lamb has a great pattern in Bag for All Reasons, bike panniers. This would be great. Now, Ellen's asked, how much fabric did I use for my bag? I used, well, I got 2.5 meters, one in pebble and one in hickory, thank you. But I didn't use all of them, of course. I've probably got enough fabric left over to do another of these bags in the reverse, which would be really smart, wouldn't it? This would make the most gorgeous kind of toiletry bag, wouldn't it? You could make it a little smaller maybe for a toiletry bag. You could eau de coat it if you wanted something that would have a wipe clean finish to it, which would be great for a toiletry bag. For man or woman, sports bag, chuck it in your gym bag with your shower gel and stuff like that, but a smaller version. So yeah, I just started off with 2.5 meters, but that would be enough to make 2 of these, I think. And I just show you quickly, I just inserted a zip in the top. I've put some zip ends as well. My zip was a bit shorter than I would have liked it. I would perhaps have gone for a slightly longer zip. This is 9 inches, but you can still get into the bag perfectly easily. Now, I must just tell you, half of the stock now of the mega bundle has gone, including some brand new customers. So I'd like to say a big mwah, welcome to the family, guys. It's really good to have you here at Sewing Street with us. What are you planning to make with your Tim Holtz fabrics? If you're one of those people who've never shopped with us before here on Sewing Street, but you've been motivated, please get in touch. It's easy to get in touch. studio@sewingstreet.com. We'd love to hear what you're going to make with your Tim Holtz fabric. And of course, we've also got our fans page where you can get in touch with each other and have a chat. Presenters often get on there too. Advice, helpful tips, just support and encouragement from each other. It's a lovely, lovely community. Pattern-wise, by the way, for this, it's a bit of a mashup, if I'm being absolutely honest. The basic bag pattern is my migrating geese and flying geese bag pattern, which you can find on my website, and then I just added a flap. If you're going to add a flap like this, okay, which is inserted in a seam at the back, it needs to be longer than normal. So this flap, I think I ended up cutting, it's about 10.5 inches long, so it's quite a long flap in order to go from the back right over and comfortably tuck under. But yeah, I might just have to write this up as a pattern, mightn't I? I'm pleased with how it looks. I think it's mostly the fabric though. really the fabric. It's a very, very simple bag, but in Tim's worn croc, it just looks so classy. Now there are two more options. Let's go with the night one, the dark one. So this one, again, this is beautiful. This is called Nightfall. Should the night fall, la 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 la. So this is kind of a black, but it's kind of a really, I can't decide whether it's a really deep brown. I think because of the shading in there, it's very clever. It would mix and match. It could work as either a dark brown or a black toned fabric. Again, would look so smart as something like a gym bag or a hold all, or a really smart jewellery roll. Are you with me? Yeah, that would look so smart. You could put monogram on it, or initials on the front if you have a machine embroidery machine. That would look so cool. It's very smart, isn't it? This fabric would elevate any project that you used it in, I think, and take like the bag that I've done. It takes something very, very simple, something that we've seen 1,000 times. It takes it into the, ooh, that's different. That's a bit, wow, I like that. And it's the fabric, really. That's Nightfall. And then finally, the most wonderful, warm, rich gold. Now this is called Murky. Thank you, Tim. Murky. I remember some years ago I was writing for a magazine, and the colour was definitely grey. You know, that year it was all about grey, and I found a gorgeous shade of yarn from Rowan, who I absolutely love, Rowan Big Wool, and it was this lovely shade of grey, and it only had a number on it. So I rang Rowan and I said, does this grey yarn have a name? It's going in a magazine. I'd like to give it more than a number. And they said, oh yes, it's called Glum. Glum. And this is Murky, but it's anything but, is it? It's a beautiful, rich, golden, kind of honey-toned brown, honey-toned tan. It's much warmer than tan. Kind of cognac diamonds, you know, that sort of colour. It's rich. I think as well, it's making us all think of jewels, and I think that's because of the shading creates such a kind of sparkle, such a light within this fabric. It's anything but flat looking, isn't it? You expect when you run your hands, I'm expecting to feel texture, but it's actually as smooth as any quilt weight cotton, because that's exactly what it is. But it's all about that print. Yeah, it's all about that print. It's so cleverly done that it creates texture where there is none. It's completely smooth. Again, wouldn't this look amazing made into a scarf? Maybe something like a gathered kind of ruffle infinity scarf. So, you know, make an infinity scarf, but then while it's still a long tube, run a piece of elastic down the centre, maybe 1 inch wide elastic, zigzag stitch it in on the underside, and then make up your infinity scarf so it draws everything in and ruffles the whole scarf. That would look so cool. That's the entire new collection. You can buy it by the half metre. You can buy it as a mega bundle. Now, if you buy it by the half metre, it's $7.69 for half a metre. If you buy it as a mega bundle, it's $59.99 for the full collection, which actually works out at $7.49 per half metre. So you're making a saving. You're also, of course, getting the whole collection. Now, well over half the stock has gone. If you've got it in your basket, please check out. Be careful, because it can go, it can vanish before you know it. What I think is super about this, and what makes it sort of deserve its place in my stash, is that I know it's going to work with so many different fabrics. It doesn't have a pattern that's going to fight with other prints. It's something that I can use on its own and it looks terrific and holds its own, but it's also going to work well with lots of other different fabrics. The colour palette too, superb. Now we've got another mega bundle on the show. I'm a super fan of Tim Holtz. I'm a super fan of his neutrals because they are so far from plain but also neutral. They're just terrific. This is from his monochrome collection. This works beautifully on its own. This works really well with worn croc. Now you've got here 6 meters of fabric in total, 12 half meters, and it's a gorgeous selection of monochrome prints. Each one of them is fabulously individual, but they also work together beautifully as a whole collection. And of course will blend beautifully with all Tim's other fabrics, the worn croc, any of the other eclectic elements that you've got. There are all 12 prints on screen and you can see the variety. You've got those kind of lapidoctory diagrams of the butterflies there. You've got the world map. You've got kind of architectural looking prints. You've got ones which combine kind of letters or numbers, subway signs. That's one of my favourites. I use some of these prints. These are some of Tim's classic prints in that first book, in the dining room chapter. They again have that lovely sort of, I don't know whether it's right to call them masculine, but certainly gender neutral. They're not just neutral colours, but they are gender neutral too. They also, a few of them have a sewing theme. This one I think is terrific. I've just got to open this and show you very quickly, because this would be so cool if you were doing a bit of a sewing room makeover, a sewing bag, a cover for your sewing machine or overlocker. Maybe you went for the 570 from Elna that Adam was using earlier. It's sewed through 4 layers of Italian sheep fabric like a knife through butter. Maybe that deserves a brand new cover. Just terrific on this kind of ticking background, showing vintage sewing patterns. Tim's so clever with his designs, the way he puts them together, just remarkable. This is great. This is a lovely one. This is kind of like aviation diagrams, like blueprints. Isn't that cool? In a lovely kind of combination of warm honey tan tones. You can get them all by the half metre too. Those little stars, a bolt of that please, a bolt of that thank you. I mean, these are fabrics that I would use time and time again, not just this year, but in 10 years time. I used these, many of these prints 10 years ago nearly in that first book. I would still use them now. I would still be using them in 10 years time. This is why they deserve a place in your stash, because they are timeless. Now we've got 3 of this mega bundle available. There's the microphone drop. That's it. That's all we've got. So if you love the monochromes, we don't have them all by the half metre, by the way. Some of them we do. Have a look on the website, all the W's, sewingstreet.com. But if you want the entire bundle, that would be my choice. You're getting half a metre free too. That's the only way to get all of those prints, but we do literally have 3 left. Now then, we've got a fat quarter bundle. Now this one, I've got to open this one to show you the fabrics. I promise I'll tie them nicely at the end. Trust me until I prove you wrong. I've already bought this bundle. I bought this a few weeks ago. I saw it on air. I mean, if you need one fabric to make you think, do I need the bundle? Look, yeah. Kat, our producer's just gone, that is breathtaking, isn't it? I don't know there is no other designer that does fabric like that. It's like spilled petrol in a puddle, isn't it? And damask and old letters and just everything. It just takes your breath away. It's so beautiful. Yeah, kind of aurora borealis there. There's so much. Imagine a book jacket made out of that. This is a fat quarter. You're getting 20 fat quarters. It's the kind of fabric, isn't it, that depending on where it's cut, you would get such different effects. I've got to spread these out. I did this as soon as I got the fat quarter bundle at home too. You've got some really beautiful kind of blenders within there that are anything other than plain. And then you've got, you know, something like this, where you've got just that lovely all over texture. But still, I mean, imagine that working with moonlit. It's incredible, isn't it? It's absolutely incredible. But then you've got superstar fabrics, and you need both. I mean, come on. I defy anybody not to just be like open-mouthed at how beautiful. I'm being challenging, aren't I? But isn't that lovely? I just think that's gorgeous. And that, for me, you see, then I would use that. I would use those together. I would pull out these tobacco-y warm honey shades with that, okay? And this is how his fabrics work together. And they're not fighting with each other, and they're not at odds with each other, but they're totally different collections, and yet they just work absolutely. They were meant to be together. Don't split up Tim's family. They're amazing, aren't they? And you're getting 20 of these fat quarters in your fat quarter collection. They deserve to be looked at and stroked and loved. I mean, they're absolutely incredible. And they're not all about colour. There's some neutral in there as well. I say neutral, but come on, look at that. It's so cool. And the detail in it is unbelievable. The more you look at this fabric, the more you see. And again, I'm thinking of a jacket cover for a really special maybe diary or journal, or you know, photograph album that you could softly pad with H640, cover with this, or have the inside jacket made in this. Really lovely. But also, what about the back of a waistcoat? Well, you wouldn't get it out of a fat quarter, but I mean, just maybe a child's. But you could patch the fabrics together. You could mix this with those monochromes. A bit of croc would mix in there as well. And it just goes on, all these different fabrics. Now you're getting 20 fat quarters. The soda bottle tops, one of my all-time favourites of Tim's. This is another gasp out loud fabric, I think. And again, if you mix the worn croc with this, and I'm just thinking what colour best, I might be inclined to go wild berry. What about Everglade? That's rather gorgeous. Oof. It's all too tempting, isn't it? My goodness. But you know what? I need and want and love a New Year project to get stuck into. And that has really got my creative juices flowing. Congratulations to every one of you that has got your hands on any of the beautiful Tim Holtz in this last hour. We didn't really have time to talk sewing machines. I'm still playing with fabric. There's still more. It's absolutely stunning. See this, look, again as a sort of backdrop. It's very clever, isn't it, what he does? It's very, very clever. It's so inspiring. So that's a fat quarter bundle, 20 of those for $79.99. I couldn't resist it last time. There are 6 left. I'm almost tempted to buy another one while I'm here because they are so gorgeous. And they'd make the most incredible quilt. I'd mix these with some neutrals. Now, you might want to mix them with the monochrome from Tim Holtz. You might want to go completely solid, go with really plain fabrics to let these fabrics pop. And as always, we've got you covered. I've got a little bundle right here that I want to show you. Now, this is a bundle of solids that we've put together. It's meant to be in the next hour. It will be in the next hour, but I also want to show it you now as well. And what you've got here is 5 half meters of fabric. You've got colour-wise, working from the bottom, you've got vanilla, cream, natural seeded, nude, don't look like me in the nude, elephant, getting closer, dark grey. So dark grey, elephant, nude, seeded natural and cream. So a really good selection of neutrals, nice warm neutrals actually, even both of those greys, they're not cold greys, they're nice and warm. And then you've got your seeded, sorry, your nude, your seeded natural and your cream. So a really nice selection. These would work really nicely if I just bring in for a second those monochromes and just kind of show you those next to. They work really well because there are grey tones in those neutrals. Look there in the, look at that. It's perfect, isn't it? Just works so well. The monochromes with that neutral palette that we've put together, only $16.99 as well for 5 half meters, but would also work extremely well with the worn croc fabric. So if I grab a few of those, and I'll go with neutrals to start with, perfect. But also, you know, if we bring in perhaps some of the other colours, these would also work really, really well with those neutrals as well. So mix and match approach. Those fabrics also are just going to earn their place in your stash time and time again. Always need a bit of cream, seeded natural, very, very useful. Now, just a little warning about wildberry. I never thought I'd say those words in one sentence, but we just have 2.5 meters left of wildberry. It's brand new today. We did start off with really good stocks of these fabrics, but you and I love our Tim Holtz fabrics. Now remember, someone could come along and take all 2.5 meters. It's just 5 units in a basket, checked out, and it's gone. So if you love that colour and you want a 1/2 meter, grab it now while you can. It's $7.69. We're going to go to a break now. And when we come back, we'll have the wonderful Adam James Brooks back with a brand new and exclusive tote bag panel. Don't go anywhere.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. Happy shopping! Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again. If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
Hello, I'm Sam from Adventures in Crafting, wishing you all a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Hi, it's Yvonne from Village Fabrics here. Can't believe that another year has just flown by. I just want to take the opportunity to wish you the happiest of Christmas and a really healthy 2022. So, happy Christmas from our Christmas room, which is here all year round. So, happy Christmas!
Hi everyone, it's me, Jules My Youth, wishing you a fantastic, fun, festive season. Let's hope we'll have a raring good time this year. Sending you lots of warm hugs from me and Lola.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task, and sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Well, our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. They're full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and as enjoyable as possible. And not only will they take your order, they will also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Hey you. Yes, you. How are you doing? We're having a great morning today on Sewing Street. I'm Stuart Hillard, and in this hour we've got the fabulous Adam James Brooks here for Sewing Bee Season 7. This is your moment. It's all right, you can't sing.
We're not allowed fun.
Oh, we're getting sound effects there. Do it again, Adam. This is your moment.
Oh no, that's a slowie, isn't it?
Love it. Love it. Okay, I want him back. Adam is just a delight. He's going to be showing us how to make our brand new and exclusive vintage sewing tote bag. Now, it's a panel. It is such a gorgeous bag. It is effortlessly gorgeous, isn't it? Got that lovely kind of, is she Edwardian, I think? Or late Victorian lady, dressmaker, with those gorgeous dress forms on one side. Love that. Love the fact that there's a bit of space here. So if we wanted to add a bit of a flower, sort of maybe a plique or a name, or even like a pin-on corsage or something like that, just to dress it up, there's space. And then on the reverse side, again, if you didn't want to make this up as a bag, but instead you wanted to make something like a scissor case, hello, or something like a needle book, or various other different things, maybe make a whole sewing chatelaine out of this, you could. It's brand new and exclusive. Have a look at this. What about the handle? It's not to scale, I'd just like to say that. Otherwise, I've got a 19-inch waist, Adam, and I haven't had one of those since I was about 4.
Well, I prefer that measurement then.
Well, so do I, if I've been perfectly honest. But that's great. Lovely details here. You're not just getting the outer, though. You're getting the fabric for your lining. How cute is that? Really lovely. Let me show you the pattern, the panel rather. It's new and exclusive. You can't buy this anywhere else. It's only available at Sewing Street. You've got full instructions for making on the panel itself. It's a big one too. It's $19.99. I'm just going to throw it open. It's massive. Okay, so you can see there what you've got is you've got your front and back panels. I'm sorry it's upside down. You've got your front and back panels. Then you've got your lining panels there. You've got your handles. These are folded handles. You could, I'm just going to sneak this in, you could actually cut these down, use a neutral for the underside and then use this for something else. I'm always looking for where I can get something else out of a panel.
Oh yeah.
A laptop cover or sewing machine cover, border to make it up to size, sewing machine cover. That would be lovely, or a sewing mat to go under your sewing machine. Little sign for on the door. This one would work really well for that, wouldn't it? I'm in my happy place, appliqued on. Just an idea there. And then you've also got your facings for your bag. You've got extra fabric down there. You could create some pockets inside. And also another little extra panel here, which again you could use for something else. And I'm just going to put it out there, because the instructions have been done in such a lovely kind of vintage style, I'm thinking I'd use this.
I would use it.
Yeah?
I love that the instructions are printed on there.
Me too. Me too. I mean, that would absolutely... Couldn't we make something like a little zippy pouch or something out of those? Front and back. I've just folded it down. Little zip, little boxed bottom, something like that. Yeah, it's just been made that bit different, hasn't it? Look, let me just turn it around slightly. Hang on. Bear with. There we go, look. There we go. So it's got a kind of vintage font to it. So yeah, totally with you there, Adam. I'm using that and not throwing that away.
And just below it, there's a spare piece that's not used in the bag. It's about the same size as the instruction panel. Look at that.
So we could team those.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. There's loads of value there. Love that neutral vintage palette as well. So if you wanted to add, I mean, actually, if you wanted to, if you like fabric painting, embellishing, beading, add buttons, you could bring in some colour to this panel for sure. What about your croc bundle, worn croc from Tim Holtz? Mix it in. That's got a vintage feel. It would blend really well with this. Or something from that Eclectic Elements bold fat quarter bundle that we had in the last hour too. Still tempted to get another one of those. Now, over 10% of this brand new and exclusive panel have already been checked out. I know it's going to be really popular. So that's just the first thing that we've got, brand new and exclusive. Adam's going to be working with this panel today and showing us how to make the whole tote bag. But we've got some other panels available as well, which I'm going to share with you now. Now, can we start, please, with the hexagons? Love these designs. What you've got here, and of course, this would mix and match beautifully with the new panel, but this is available on its own too. You're getting on this panel 60 hexagons. Each one has a 51mm, so just over 5mm sides to these. So this, I mean, first of all, let's not even cut it apart, okay? Let's just layer the whole thing with backing and batting, quilt it, bind it, gorgeous runner. This could be on the top of your sewing table with your sewing machine on. Helps it to not move or rattle around, helps to not damage the table underneath, but also just looks gorgeous. What about making this up into bags or cushions? What about a new seat pad and a back pad for your office chair in your sewing room? Gorgeous. What about making a sewing machine cover out of this? So that's without even cutting it up. What about recovering a lampshade? Something like a drum lampshade made with this. Fussy cut, you know, careful cutting. As Adam said in his first hour, it's all about how you cut the fabric first of all, take your time. But then we could start cutting it up, couldn't we? We could start cutting out the individual hexagons. We could start piecing them back together. We could cut them out in strips, and we could add maybe some solids, maybe some tonals in between and repiecing. There's so much on this panel. Some all over prints, somewhere we've got individual elements. I mean, 2 of these sewn together for the outer needle case with the backing, some hexagon layers of felt in between to put your needles in, would be so cute. Just gorgeous. It's brand new and exclusive. It's only £12.99 too. I don't think I can do without this. Get one in the boot of my car right now. Really fab. You could also, if you know, I mean, if you just love sewing things, I'm preaching to the choir, aren't I? Let's be honest. If you like sewing, welcome to Sewing Street. I know. But, I mean, you could do things like a tea cosy. Would be so much fun in that, you know. It doesn't have to just be for your sewing room. Notebook cover. If you've got big plans for your quilting and sewing, dressmaking in 2022, and you like a notepad for all those plans and those inspirations, what a great cover. I think, don't we have a lovely Amber Makes pattern for a cover? Now, another of my favourites that we do is these strips. These are 2.5-inch strips. These don't have to be cut out. You could use the panel just as it is. You're getting, is it 16? 18. 55-inch by 2.5-inch strips. And you're getting 18 of them. Quite a bit longer than a standard design. Look at this one with the scissors. That's just crying out to be used, cut out as a border for a mini quilt. Yeah, Adam's sewing room. It's just a suggestion.
Do you know what? I would love to make all of these things that you say in the notebook, the cushion cover, cushion, needle case, everything that you could accessorise your sewing room with.
You completely could. You completely could, you know? It's like you're surprised that I have good ideas, Adam. I'm kidding.
Oh, no.
But they're brilliant. This one down here, I'm teasing Adam. This one down here, I love it. Look, all these little elements here are so cool. A lovely warm palette. This would blend so well with, look, the seeded, natural solid that we do is perfect. This is a cool one. These 3 strips is actually the same design but over different colours. So there's that warm, neutral, that sort of light grey and that deeper elephant grey, but it blends. So this would be really good cut as a whole panel. That would work. You've got some little blenders here as well, some little pin dots in those same neutrals too. So much on this panel for £14.99. It's not one fabric, is it? It's 18 different fabrics. It's like a strip roll, and of course you could cut it apart and use it in that way. What about getting 2 of these, okay, and then making your own jelly roll rug?
Yeah.
Yeah. Have you ever made a jelly roll rug?
I've never made one.
So cool. They're so cool to make. They're great fun. The most fun actually is making the tube, if you like, and then you roll it up into it's like an enormous ball of wool.
Yeah.
It's so cool. I love them. Now, small squares. These are 5-inch squares, and on a panel you get 40. So it's like a charm pack, but on a panel, okay, which I love for a few different reasons. The main one being that my first thought is not to cut these squares out. It's actually to use, you know, 4 of them together, or 9 or 16, or a rectangle. and use that as fabric, because the thin white line in between them actually is terrific. It's a design feature. I would quilt between those lines. The only perfect sewing machine for family use. Wheeler and Wilson Manufacturing Company. A message from Jill. Hey Jill. How's your day going? Hi, to make the most out of my panels with instructions, I join all the instructions together and use them as fabric. Merry Christmas all, Jill. That's a great idea. So save them from different panels and then sew them together.
I think it's a nice little touch, and it's nostalgic of all the makes that you've probably done throughout a year. I would really use that.
Yeah, me too. Me too. Well, I see you've cut them out, you know. Yeah. It's a great idea.
It's like a treasure map.
It is. It is. Now, these 5-inch squares are super popular, just so you know. Lots of different designs there. Again, as I mentioned earlier, some designs which are all over patterns, and then some designs which are just perfect for feature squares within a project. Great if you were making something like needle jackets or little purses. I mean, they're great for a bag too. I love the fact that you've got almost like little old vintage adverts. Scissors for the work basket. The Gloriana scissors. They sound a bit posh, don't they? Aren't they fabulous? Brand new and exclusive to us. My mum had a sewing machine just like this when I was a child, with the treadle on the bottom. I thought it was magic, watching her sew. I just loved it. Morning, Mum, by the way. How are you, darling? Now, with one final new panel that I want to share with you, it's our bigger than normal fat quarters. Fatter quarters. It's like fat quarters after Christmas. We'll all be there, won't we, Adam?
Oh, yeah.
Hey?
Plenty of
What does Christmas dinner entail for you? Are you traditional? Are you...
Quite traditional, and I love my pigs in blankets.
Who doesn't?
I love a good pig in a blanket.
Love it. Love it. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I could just have a bowl full of those. And you like turkey for Christmas, or do you go...
I like turkey. I quite like gammon as well.
Yeah.
I love my roast potatoes anyway.
Who doesn't?
Stuff in all the trimmings. Yes. I'm not fond of the Brussels sprouts though, sorry.
Are you a hater?
I'm a hater.
I'm a lover.
Oh, yeah.
Even fried with pancetta?
I suppose then, yeah. Pancetta.
I mean, I'm not offering, but I might do. I might make you bacon with pancetta, and you need like more pancetta than sprouts, don't you?
Yeah, I think so. To give it that flavour, wouldn't it? Look, we're turning into a cooking show, and you're making me hungry. For I could do a mince pie now. Actually.
I could do a mince pie now
with brandy butter or brandy cream.
You know, I think I must have said it about 5 times. Where is my personal assistant when I need her? This is great though, because for those larger projects, you know, if you want to make yourself some bags or that sewing machine cover, or maybe even, what about turning this into a Roman blind for the sewing room? Yeah, as a whole panel. Cut it down, turn it into, and as if by magic, ta-da! The mince pie appeared. We'll be going to demo with you, Adam, very shortly, and I won't be saying...
I wonder why.
You can have one when you've done your sewing.
All right.
Loads of different designs there. Loads of interest. I mean, each of the fatter than normal fat quarters is full of detail. Look at all of that. This is one fabric. Absolutely superb. Look at this one with all the notions and the dressmaker's forms, the tape measures, scissors, pincushions, the little vintage sewing machine there. Really good scale. There are my hands for scale. Really good scale there on that fabric with a lovely neutral warm background. Now, if you can't decide and you love all 4 of those, the fatter than normal fat quarters, the 5-inch squares, the hexagons and the strips, we've got you covered. We've got a mega bundle with those 4 panels in. Now, you're making a saving. It's $49.97. You're saving $12.99, which is like getting the hexagons for free. They're my favourites, I'm just saying. That's a great way of doing it. Now, this is everything without the tote bag, of course. The tote bag is separate. If you want the tote bag but you want all the things that go with, I totally get that. This is a great way of buying them. This is the most value. Makeup bag, notebook cover, hot water bottle cover. I love a hot water bottle, Adam.
Oh, yeah.
Love a hot water bottle. I love getting cosy. What about a whole sewing set for the new year? So, you know, like an organiser bag with all those kind of plastic pockets inside with the lovely fabric cover. Sewing machine bag. Roll for your tools. Really gorgeous. I've got to give one final plug. This would work so well with Bags for Life, which is still available. There's a whole chapter on a great crafternoon in all those crafting bags that you could make using these panels. They would work beautifully for that, because you think those hexagons, those small squares, the strips, you don't have to do any piecing apart from make the bag up, but it looks like you've done loads of work, especially if you quilt the fabric with some 5H640 first. That emphasises the look of it being pieced, even though it's not. So that's a super, super bundle. That's everything. Adam, I'm going to have my mince pie, over to you.
Lovely, fantastic.
Where
and
do we
I must
start?
say, I've got your book on my Christmas list.
You.
So let's see if I've been a good boy and if Santa delivers. Right, this is lovely. I mean, really nice project. There's nothing difficult about it.
First ever sewing project for someone?
Exactly. If you need a bag for your shopping, for the January sales, this is the bag. Or to put your sewing equipment in, your pattern rulers maybe, patterns, it's perfect. You can do anything out of this, like you've said.
Yeah.
So we've got the two front panels here. Look, I love anything vintage. The nostalgia in this is just wonderful with that Edwardian lady on the front.
Yes. She is Edwardian,
I think she is, but judging by the frock that she's wearing, yes, I'd say Edwardian 100%. So right sides together. I'm just going to put some pins in here. You could use clips. I'm only dressmaker, so I'm just so used to using pins. But those quilters clips are so handy, you know, when you're doing thicker fabrics.
Yeah, I agree.
And bags.
Pins have been around a long time, haven't they?
Yeah.
We love our pins. Great suggestion, actually, from Christine, thank you. Look, I've already had a bite, couldn't resist, on Facebook, who said, what about making a mini ironing board cover?
Yeah.
That's such a great idea. Which one? Maybe the hexagons or the mini squares? Yeah, Christine, super idea. That, love it, lovely. Lulu says, morning, Stuart and Adam. You both cheer me up.
Oh,
that's what we're here for. Oh, Christine says, got the wild berry. That's the Tim Holtz. Worn croc will go wonderfully with the wine PU I've got in my stash for a beautiful bag. Christine, you're so right. So what are you doing there, Adam?
So I'm just sewing down the three sides of the bag on the main fabric, on the outer bag panels at 1 centimetre seam allowance. So just at the corner now, needle down, foot up, we're going to pivot. You might want to, if you want to be really particular, mark your 1 centimetre seam allowance at the corners. I've got pretty good at just judging it. And as I say, I've not had to put many pins in this at all. It's just straight seams.
And it's nice, stable fabric.
Yes, really stable,
nice,
fabric, which is lovely. Again, if you're a beginner dressmaker, or sometimes even as an experienced sewist, I'm saying dressmaker, I mean sewist. You just sometimes want that simple project. You might have, you know, done a more complicated bit of work, and you know, if you want something just a nice, soothing sew, this is it. And I thoroughly enjoyed doing this.
Well, it's the kind of project that can be as simple or more complex if you want.
Yes.
Because you can make it just as it is, but you could start patching, embellishing, adding bits to it.
Absolutely.
You could even colour it, couldn't you? I'm thinking if you use something like, you know, the pencil crayons that you can use on fabric?
Yeah.
Or fabric markers. If you were really gentle, you know how they colorise vintage photographs? that kind of soft colouring in, that could look really cool. You can also do that with ordinary wax crayons, and then you iron them to set them into the fabric, and it creates a kind of vintage soft coloured effect. There's all sorts you could do.
So what I've just done there, I love those ideas, Stuart. I've just clipped the corners just to reduce the bulk. Now we've got the fabric lining and the fabric facing. Now, you actually gave me a really good idea this morning. I can't take credit for it, but if you wanted to, talking about changing things up a little bit, you could add a different facing, a different colour maybe.
Yes.
I think this would really work with a strong, bold flash of colour because it's got that black and white newsprint vintagey feel. If you added real bold colour in places, I think that would really work. For today, we're going to use the panels that we've got here, and all of these do is go right side together. Just place them as they should be so that the print's all going in the same way. It is a directional print really, this, because we've got the words and things on. So that's how I want it, and I'm just going to flip it over because that's now the seam I'm going to sew. And as I say, you could be confident enough to sew this without pins, to be honest. It's just a straight seam.
Adam, you could even add an inseam pocket there, couldn't you?
You could. That would be a really lovely touch there. Yeah, to add an inseam pocket.
So if you're a little bit more experienced with your dressmaking or sewing, you could insert a pocket between that seam there.
Everything's at a centimetre seam allowance, and we're just going to sew straight across here. Yeah, a nice little inseam pocket there would be lovely if you wanted to insert a zip into that as well.
Yep.
You know, somewhere to hold your loose change or whatever if you're using it as a shopper.
Well, a lot of people, bag makers, like to put a little, so you've got a bit of extra fabric included in your panel, make a little thin folded, sort of like a little, almost like a strap, you know, where you fold the edges in and then top stitch. Thread that through a little swivel clip or a lobster clasp. Insert that into either the side seam or the seam between the bag facing and the bottom lining, and then you can clip your keys to that little tag.
That's a
so you
good
don't
idea.
lose your keys.
I'm forever losing my keys.
Oh no, I never lose my keys, always need my keys. Message from Glynis, who's in East Riding. Morning boys, love you both. Hubby said he doesn't like Adam's watch. Too many hands on it. Boom, boom.
I know, try telling the time with that.
It's sewing time. It's a bit of a card, Glynis. We like that. We like that. Thank you ever so much for your message.
Do you know, that's really cheered me up. Things like that, a good sense of humour.
Yeah, it's great.
Goes a long way. Right, so we've done that little bit there, and all I'm going to do now, talking about pressing and pressing as you go along, adds a nice finish. We're just going to press now that seam allowance down towards the lining.
Okay.
So just run an iron over that, sure it's sitting nice and flat, which is lovely.
And you can see here, you know, how quickly it comes together. You can take your time, but Adam's going to get it done in the show. A quarter of the stock has already gone of the mega bundle. Now remember, the mega bundle doesn't include the bag panel itself. That's on its own. It's all those complementing fabrics. So the fatter quarters, the hexagons, the 5-inch squares, and the 2.5-inch strip panel. I mean, amazing coordinates there. And you're getting a saving of $12.99. It's like you're getting the hexagon panel for free. My favourite price, we love that. Now the bag panel on its own is $19.99. Now remember, you're getting the outer parts, the front and back of the bag. You're getting the lining. Extra fabrics, you're getting the handles, the facings. You could actually, I'm thinking, make 2 bags out of this panel. If you combined it, say for example you've bought the mega bundle, you could use a different fabric for lining handles. So rather than fold them, you could line them and then make 2 sets of handles. You could use a different plain fabric or something from the mega bundle for the lining. So then you could use that fabric on the outside. You could mix and match. And actually the panels, although they're a front and a back for one bag, you could actually use that for one bag, that for a second bag. Or don't use them for a bag at all. Use them for something else.
They're versatile, really, aren't they, Stuart? Because at the end of the day, they're rectangles of fabric, which is perfect. You know, it's all the work's done for you, really, in terms of seeing the pattern there for the bag. But yeah, it'd be interesting to see what people make.
Yeah, we love to see your makes. And so many of you send in photographs of what you've been making with your Delphine Brooks patterns or your Alison Marion pattern. We love to see your makes. I'll tell you one thing I really love about this bag panel is the distressed vintage background. Isn't it cool on the front and back panel? It looks like sort of aged fabric. It's kind of a little bit foxed. It's a little bit mottled. It has a great vintage look to it. And that neutral palette, kind of, you know, it could be for anybody. It's very neutral. The tape measure fabric, I could buy just on its own. That is fab. I'd definitely be only cutting the front of my straps from that so that I'd got a bit left over. Because that would look great as the top of a bag, wouldn't it? If you think about maybe like the wide band. Let me just show you what I mean. So, where's my bag panel? Is it that one there? Right, so what I'm thinking is that fabric running across the top of a bag, and then another fabric for the bottom of the bag. But then if you gathered that fabric into that top band, so do you know what I mean? So you had a kind of gathered base, rounded bottom, and then this wide top to the bag, maybe a little magnetic clasp here and some handles. That would be another fun make. A question from Lucy for you, Adam.
Yeah.
Hi both, would there be enough of the panel to make your storage bag that you showed yesterday? Thank you. Now, storage bag.
I didn't see the storage bag on yesterday.
Oh, the caddy. The caddy. Well, I used 3.5 meters. What I would say, Lucy, would be I would go for the fatter quarters panel and maybe combine that with something like a solid or the strips or something like that. And you could make those parts out of it. I mean, certainly with the bag panel itself, you could do an adaptation of it. But the thing is, you see, like I wouldn't cut that down to make the pockets because wherever you cut it, you'd be losing something from it.
Yeah.
But the fatter quarters, definitely. Adam, I feel like I'm ignoring you.
Oh, no, it's fine. It's good to answer questions, isn't it? I love it that it gets the cogs turning in terms of what you can use and make. And I think that's what makes sewing unique.
It really
is
does.
That everybody has a different take on things.
Tell us what you've been doing so far.
So all I've done, as we know, we've sewn the front panel pieces together and I've trimmed the corners. I've done exactly the same with the back, attaching the facings. Now, it does say to put a top stitch along that top facing, which I've done. You could do that in a contrast colour if you wanted to, if you're feeling brave. That just keeps that seam allowance down there nicely. Then I've sewn again all the way around the bag, except, really important, and anybody that's made bags and knows about bagging out.
Forgotten.
Yeah. The amount of times I've forgotten to do it and I've had to unpick is to leave about 10 centimetres or 4 inches along the bottom. And that's to turn the bag through. All right, so we've got the front and back prepared. We can press these open in a moment. The pattern does say to press the seams open, but actually, I think once you've got it all in place and you've got the bag constructed, you can give it a good press and you can quite easily press out those seams nicely. Right, onto the straps then. And there's nothing, you know, scientific or magical about this. other than it's not correctly measured, but in
Yeah,
terms of the
quite.
measurements on it, it's not to scale. But all we've done, and I've done this prior to coming on, I'll just explain. I've folded it in half. I have to get this right. Is that widthways or lengthways? That way.
Yeah.
So you've got it in half there, and I've given it a good press. And then I've opened it up, so then you've got a centre crease there, and then I've matched the bottom to that centre crease and the raw edge, and the same with the top there, and gave that a good press, and then folded it in half again and pressed it, and that makes your strap essentially. I suppose it's a little bit like making bias binding when you make that.
Yeah.
And then all we're going to do now is top stitch down both sides.
Yeah.
Or you could put a decorative stitch down there. You could just do the one side. I don't know, like do what you want.
Nice.
If you've used a contrasting top stitch on the inside, maybe you could echo it here on the handle. Just a little tip from me. The handle, for me, that looks the right way because it looks like the measuring tape. On the reverse, it kind of overspills a little bit.
Yeah.
Now, you might like that, but
Yeah.
I'm going to treat that one, I'm a little bit of a perfectionist sometimes, I'm going to treat that as the correct side.
It's like life, Adam, you've got to pick your side.
Yeah, you got to pick your side. Whose side are you on?
Oh, I'm Team Adam.
Oh, I'm
Absolute
Team
for
Stuart
sure.
then, all the
Oh.
way.
We've got a bit of a love thing going on here.
So all I've done is
Tips for top stitching now, Adam. I've got
Tips
to ask,
for top
'cause top
stitching.
stitching can really make or break, can't it?
It can.
Top tips.
I'm using the same colour thread. So if you're using the same colour, I wouldn't worry too much. You could use a thicker top stitch thread. That, like the quilting that we were talking about, it just gives more definition to the stitch. And giving more definition to the stitch will just give for a nicer, crisper appearance. So use a top stitch thread. Always lengthen your stitch as well. So I've lengthened it to a 3 now on this machine, and what that will do is, again, give a nicer appearance to the stitch. You won't have small dent stitches, you'll have nice longer stitches, and because the function of the stitch isn't to hold anything together, it's for decorative purposes really, it doesn't matter that you've lengthened it.
And how close to the edge do you go? Because it really varies. I know it's personal choice.
I've been known to go very close to the edge, Stuart. It is personal choice. I'm just going to use the edge of my foot as a guide today. When I made the sample, I got a little bit closer. It was probably nearer 0.5 millimetres or just below it. Oh, look, he's inspecting it now.
Well, I'm going to measure it. I'm not going to measure it, but it looks really lovely. Look, just have a little look at that. That's lovely.
But you know, make life easy for yourself. I'm going to use the edge of the foot for this. And you know, that's a real nice reference point to use. And because I'm doing it on telly as well, it makes it easier for me. But you
That's
know,
a good bit of top stitching, isn't it? That's terrific.
But
no
you know,
wonder you did so well on the sewing bee, Adam.
Oh well, it's an honour that you said it's all right. I had a glass of wine when I was doing it.
Did you? Red, white, rosé?
White for me it is.
It?
Yeah, I do like a bit of mulled wine though when I'm feeling festive
Do
at
you?
Christmas. Yeah.
I like mulled wine. I like mulled cider.
I've
Have
never
you
had
tried
mulled. No.
Mulled cider's good.
I
Mulled
do
cider's
like
good.
my
Or
lager
mulled
though.
apple juice. If you don't partake, mulled apple juice, or if you're driving or something like that, but you want something that tastes really Christmassy,
Yeah.
mulled apple juice is beautiful.
I bet actually. I've never even thought that would be a thing.
In the next hour, I'll be doing my recipe for pork and chestnut stuff.
Well, that's one done.
Our director Elliot is cooking Christmas dinner this year.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Is he going traditional?
He's going traditional. He's even making the special stuffing, which I'm impressed with. What, sorry? Gluten-free chestnut stuffing. I'm so there. Beautiful. Look at that. No hands. I commenced like that.
I'm tempting fate now.
Yeah, a bit.
But the thing is, it's
Gliding
one
through,
long
though.
strip. You can just, and because you've pressed it, that's another reason for pressing. You know, it keeps this stable kind of fabric in place.
Well, funnily enough, Christine's just asked, are you adding interfacing on the handles, Adam Jamesbrook?
I haven't, but do you know what? If you want to be sure to reinforce them that little bit more and add a little bit more weight, then perfect. I mean, it's doubled over and then again, isn't it?
Yes.
So, you know, it's quite substantial.
It's 4 layers of fabric, isn't it, at the end of the
it's
day?
substantial enough, but, you know, if you wanted to interface it, then go ahead. There'd be no reason why you couldn't.
See, I'd have to do front and back, but not folded in, because, only for the reason that as I saw half of that beautiful tape measure fabric being folded inside, I just thought, no, that's another handle I could make.
Yeah, to be honest, I did the same, and like you said, I would pick a bold colour to go with it,
nice.
and then use that on the reverse of the strap, just
or
trying
even
to flash
a
a
charcoal
colour.
grey or black or something like that, you know, but a bit of contrast.
I think that'd be
so
lovely.
many of you have bought this panel. It's great, isn't it? Well
It's
done,
perfect.
you. It's brand new and exclusive to us here at Sewing Street. We have so many new and exclusive launches here on the channel. It's every day there's something new. Please make sure you're checking out your baskets. Don't want you to miss out. So much in that panel, front and back, lining, facings, handles, extra fabric, absolutely filled to the brim. There's no wasted space. Adam's even going to use the instructions themselves to make something else with. Just genius. I love it.
I think that would be cute. Do you know, it also comes with a little, I think this is cute, a little, this bag belongs to.
Yes.
But you know, you could put like your little handmade things in there, maybe, if you're giving it as a gift.
You could, couldn't you?
Yeah.
You could.
Now, I didn't say, and you'd be the person to ask for this, Stuart, if you wanted to box out the bottom. You could potentially do that, couldn't you?
Yeah, you absolutely could. I wouldn't go massive. I'd probably just go like 1 inch or 1.5 inches.
Yeah.
Squares cut out of the bottom corners and box them just to provide a little base.
And it's easy enough to do, isn't it? If my memory serves me right. I don't make an awful lot of bags, but I've enjoyed doing them when I have. But you just match up those seams there, wouldn't you?
Yeah, and then draw a line across. To be honest with you, these days, Adam, what I do is, while it's still a flat panel, I actually cut out squares from the bottom.
You do it that way,
and I just find that gives me a better finish. It's more accurate.
Yeah. I suppose that'd all be in your book, wouldn't it, Stuart?
Oh, he's good. Oh, I like him. No, I do. I like him a lot. Get him back. Yeah, it is in my book. Thank you. Bags for Life, available for the bargain price of $15.99. Sewing Street.
Lovely. So all I'm doing here is taking a chalk pencil, and it says on the instructions to put a mark 9 centimetres in from that side seam. So that's what I'm doing.
You just move it over slightly to the left for me, please.
Yeah,
just
there it is.
And up a bit.
Only a tiny little pink mark there. And then what you're going to do is you're going to place your straps now. So what we want, I'd said that was the right side, so I'm being really fussy with that. You don't have to be as fussy. I'm going to line up the outer edge here with that little mark on both sides. And what I'm also going to do...
Do you want that overhang?
Yes.
Yeah.
It asks for that on the pattern.
Cool.
Again, I think it's just so you can run some top stitching around and to give you enough fabric to secure it well in.
Very much.
So yes, that's what that's there for. It says an overhang of 2.5 centimetres, so I'm just marking that here. Now the great thing about this is once you've done one side, it'll be easy to match up the other side as well.
Absolutely.
Okay, so all I'm going to do is keep it nice and straight down here as well. The instructions actually tell you to kind of baste it further down as well. I didn't feel the need to do that, but if you want to, go for it. So matching those up there, and all we're then going to do is baste these handles into place. So underneath the machine we go.
So that's just through a single layer, the front or the back, baste it on.
That's the one. And just do it within the seam allowance, as we were talking earlier. So the seam allowance all the way through is 1 centimetre. So maybe do it at just 0.5.
Don't you just love machine basting, Adam? No needle and thread here.
Yeah. Although, do you know what? I was setting in some sleeves for a dress actually that I was doing a while ago, and I hand basted them in, and I tell you what, the difference it made. It was particularly tricky.
Yeah.
It always is setting in sleeves sometimes. So it was a trickier fabric, and do you know, because I wasn't taught classically. In fact, I wasn't really, you know, everything I've picked up through my own research. So all we're going to do now is just match up on the other side these handles here.
Great
How
tip.
simple is that?
Yeah,
you don't
really
need to mark
simple.
it now because you know where they are. As long as everything's sitting flush and right. Oh, if I was being really picky, I'm a millimetre out. But there we go. And do you know what? Nobody's going to notice if it's a millimetre out. Only you would know those kind of things. And I think we're so critical sometimes, aren't we, of what we make? But actually, you know, it's more than perfect. So.
You know, it's just about making it your way, isn't it?
Yes.
If you like everything to be really neat and perfect, then you can do it. If you like to just, you know, you like it a bag, you want a bag and you want to get it finished, or you like the embellishing side, for example, then go to town on that.
Exactly.
You could sew buttons on, pearl buttons.
Oh, that would be lovely. Pearl
Wouldn't
would be
it look lovely?
perfect. 100%. Well, I'm really into my vintage sewing machines and things, and I've already got planning now in my head what I'm going to make to go with those
cool.
machines, because this
How many
fabric
sewing
would
machines
just
have you got?
too many.
So you wouldn't even tell us, folks. That's when you know he's got a lot.
I've got a problem, Stuart. That's what I've got. Well, the thing is, with all these vintage machines being thrown away, or like, you know, on eBay for literally next to nothing, or wherever, you know, other selling sites are available, and yeah, it just seems such a shame to let them go to waste. So I was like taking them and working out how they all work. So I've got about I've got 4 vintage singers.
Can't even remember whether it's 3 or 4. That's when you've got too many. You haven't got too many. It's lovely.
Well,
it's testament to how sort of life-changing and groundbreaking sewing machines were, and how important they were to families, wasn't it? That so many of them have survived. They were cherished and looked after like nothing else.
Absolutely.
They were like, you know, one of the original labour-saving devices.
That's it.
It's got about 5 minutes left. It's not enough time.
It's going fast. It's going fast. Right, let me just show you the bagging out process, because we'll be nearly there. I'll just whip this round. I can do this in 5 minutes. Come on. Right, so all I've done there, let me just pop another pin. I've
Patrick's waiting
sides.
outside, ready to come in and have a look.
It's so nerve-wracking, you know, isn't it?
Oh,
Did you find it
absolutely.
nerve-wracking?
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I mean, you know, I think whenever as you said earlier on, we can all be a bit self-critical, but usually for each other, we're very supportive and encouraging, and we highlight what's good. Of course, on a competition like that, where someone's going to be eliminated, you have to pick out things that are wrong, and that's it's a kind of dangerous position to be in.
It's just the nature of the beast, isn't it? Now, what it says to do here, this is quite a tricky bit. I'll just quickly explain. You lose where the seam allowance is a little bit because the handle's overhanging.
Right.
So you need to look at either for a mark that's further down the machine, or just to make sure you're going in a straight line, basically.
Yeah.
It does ask you to reverse stitch over these so that they're well secured in. So just give it a nice reverse stitch as you go. I'm doing this very quickly.
Seam allowance on, couldn't you, if you weren't sure?
Exactly.
Pencil and a ruler.
I mean, I'm all right just going like this. And to be honest, it's not got to fit anybody as well. So if you go slightly wrong, it's not the end of the world.
Glynis, I hope you're watching at home, and your husband, that lovely watch. Far too many hands. That's great, though. I like that. Is that got like one of those sort of snap wrist straps on it?
That's exactly it. I just find it useful because forever I just chuck pins anywhere otherwise, and that's not really good for anybody, is it?
Not really, especially not if you like walking around the house barefoot, as I do.
Do you sew with shoes on? Or?
No.
No.
Stocking feet, not bare feet, but stocking feet, but never with shoes on. No. What about you?
Always with shoes. It always makes me laugh, the old vintage Singer sewing machine manuals that suggest that It's always ladies.
Oh yeah, of course.
And that they were all made up and dressed up in case their husband unexpectedly come home. And,
Yes.
You know, I know it's part of history, but thank
And
goodness
before
these-
you start sewing, make sure that you clear the dishes from the sink.
Yeah.
And do the housework.
Yeah.
Yeah, before you, so you can relax and enjoy your sewing. I've never felt the need to vacuum before I start sewing so I can feel relaxed. I don't know about you at home. I have to vacuum afterwards though, because I do make an awful mess.
Oh, I make
when
a mess.
sew.
Everything's everywhere. And I sew anywhere. I sew in my bedroom, I sew in the kitchen,
Yeah.
I sew wherever I can set up my machine, basically.
Yeah. Oh, we caught him in the car park earlier on. We've got a sewing machine set up out there. I'm
I was
lying,
sewing
but-
on the M6 on the way though.
Dangerous.
Well, it says don't drink and drive. It doesn't say don't sew and drive.
No, definitely
Only
not.
joking, of course.
Yeah.
Be sensible this Christmas season. Right. Okay, so there we go. We've got the lining attached there.
Just to the left a little bit for me, Adam.
Just
That's
make
perfect.
sure as well that you've left the handles down. There's a temptation, because you know the handles will want to go up, to leave them that way, but then you'll get them caught inside the lining.
Right.
So when you do that, just make sure they're that way so that they're the right way around. This little hole, either slip stitch with a needle and thread if you fancy some hand sewing, or you can just put it under the machine and sew that closed. To be honest, you're not going to see it because it's going to end up in the bottom of the bag.
It is.
And there we go. Give those corners. That's the only thing with this watch when you're bagging out and doing things like this.
Ah, okay.
It's the only
Glynis, your husband
downfall.
was right. Do you top stitch around the top of the bag?
Yes,
You
that's
do.
what I was just about to say. So once you've got this done here, you'll give it a nice press, and then actually suggest to top stitch twice around the top.
Yeah,
I
and-
followed the instructions to the T on this one.
You have, and
but-
actually what I can see here, look, this looks really nice. It's lovely to have that double layer of stitching, but also as well, I can just about see and feel where the extra length on the handle has been caught by the second line of stitching. So it really reinforces the handle. So
It'll be
that's a
hard
good
to
strong
see that.
handle. Fabulous. It's
Yeah.
a really cute bag, isn't it?
It's a really lovely make. As I say, it doesn't take very long really at all. And you've got something beautiful at the end of it. And I just love the nostalgia. Look at that Edwardian lady and all these, that wonderful sewing machine.
Come on, twins, we need one on each
Oh
shoulder.
yeah. Are we going shopping?
Let's go shopping.
Shall we go do some Christmas
Should we-
shopping?
shopping for fabric, thank you. Who wore it better?
Nobody
They do that,
wore
don't they, in
it
magazines?
better.
Who wore it better? Was it J-Lo or Adam James Brooks? Next knitting and
it.
stitching show, we'll be looking for you, walking around. 20 fat quarters, thank you very much,
Yeah.
please. Pop it in the bag.
That'd be
on,
fab, wouldn't it?
Adam. Adam, I want you to stay.
It's been fab. Thanks for having me, Stuart.
Oh,
You've
it's
been
been
an absolute
lovely.
charm.
Oh, no, I've loved having you and so many great tips. Can't wait to see you back. When are you back in?
I'm back in January, and I think it's the 19th.
Okay.
But I'll be honest, I need to get Christmas out the way. I need to go and do my shopping now with me Tote. Genuinely,
Have
I
you
need
not
to-
done any?
I've done some. I've
Adam.
done some, but I've got some more to do.
Adam.
But I don't know when to stop. That's the thing. And you're like, oh, is that right for them? Or oh, it gets
I did all my
difficult.
Christmas shopping once on Christmas Eve in the morning. No queues. Most things were on sale.
Yeah.
It was easy. I was home before lunchtime wrapping everything up. It was easy.
Yeah.
Don't panic. Have a wonderful Christmas.
You too. Merry
You are a
Christmas.
legend. We've loved having you. Merry Christmas.
And Merry Christmas to everybody at home too. Merry Christmas!
Aww. I'm taking him home. Now, these new and exclusive bag panel is only available here at Sewing Street. It's been incredibly popular today. I'm not surprised. It is really, really cute. And you're getting so much on that panel, aren't you? The front panel, the lovely space for embellishment if you want. The back panel, handles, facings, linings. Add pockets if you want, add embellishments. It can be as simple or as complex as you like. You saw there Adam made it up in probably about 35 minutes in total sewing. So a nice easy project, would make a lovely gift for someone too, all finished. You could colorize this if you wanted to add even more sort of charm to it, or add some little pearl buttons Now, do make sure you're checking out your baskets, won't you? Because new and exclusive panels are always very, very popular, but something so appealing, I'm sure is going to sell out very, very quickly. So make sure that you get your bag panel home. Now we've also got, remember, a lovely bundle of panels that you can get that are also available individually. Now on the whole bundle, here you're getting the fatter quarters, the 5-inch squares, the hexagons, and the 2.5-inch strips. And remember, they're 55 inches long each one. You can get that whole bundle for a saving $49.97, and you're actually saving $12.99, which is the cost of the hexagon panel. Have a look on the website for all of those individually if you'd like to go for those. And we do also have, we didn't look at it, but we also have a Rose and Hubble neutral bundle which we put together. It goes absolutely perfectly with the vintage sewing collection. Now you're getting 5 half meters. If you want to make that panel go further, use these as the lining for the bag. Back the handles maybe, or enlarge the size of the tote bag if you'd like a base in it maybe, and box the corners. You could do that. Now this bundle of 2.5 meters is $16.99. You're getting cream, seeded natural, nude, elephant, and dark grey. Okay, so these would all work absolutely beautifully if I just show you just one of the fabrics. All you really need to see. Look, absolutely perfect match. These are all 100% cotton. They're 42 inches wide or so. They're Rose and Hubble. Now, if you buy multiples, these will come cut as half meters. So this is done already cut as a bundle of 5 half-meter pieces. So if you multiply, you'll get 1, 2. Okay, super. Now, the most popular panel is the 5-inch squares. It's one of my favourites because it offers so many possibilities. You can use it as a whole piece of fabric, of course. You can use these lines in between the squares as quilting lines, for example, leave them in. You can cut them apart. You could cut them in groups of 4, sash them with a solid, repiece them, and then create something like a throw if you've got an armchair in your sewing room. Ooh, lovely. Adam would be sewing there too. He sews everywhere. I want to follow him with a camera to see the most unusual place he sews. In the supermarket, maybe. We've got all pink. Make sure you're checking out your baskets, won't you? I'm going to do the menu for tomorrow because we're very shortly going to be leaving Sewing Street and I'm going to be skipping merrily down Yarn Lane. Tomorrow, it's Panda Day. Hello, Panda Day at 8 AM. The Panda Toy and Panel with Rebecca Alexander Frost. Then at 9 AM, Panda Day. Why am I here on Panda Day? It's the Panda Wall Hanging with Delphine Brooks. At 10 AM, the Keep It Together bag with Rebecca Alexander Frost. That is mega. I love it. At 11 AM, it's Panda Day still. Panda Cushion with Delphine Brooks. And then at 12 PM, it's the Panda, no it's not, it's Elna 780 Plus with Becky Alexander Frost. Love the graphics there, by the way. What are those, koalas? Were they polar bears? Yeah, what were they? Pandas! Wow, absolutely super. Don't forget tomorrow. We're going to head over to Yarn Lane now, where it's all about Christmas clearance, but we've also got some adorable kits, beginner level projects for the brand new year. Kickstart your new year. Remember, it's the same P&P if you've already bought on Sewing Street. But just remember, if you are watching online, you need to go to Yarn Lane to continue watching for the last hour. I will see you over there.